Well, here we are. We're back at the Western Australian Athletics Stadium for the second session of Day 1, the 2019 Australian All Schools Championships. My name's Matt Lynch, and welcome back, Ben Off-Rains. Here we are for some more athletic action.
I'm certainly looking forward to it. This morning was delicious. We saw some great athletics out there on the track, also in the field, and I think this afternoon / evening will be no different.
Well, that's the weird thing. So right now it's 7:47 for us over here on the East Coast, but it's only 4:47 over in Perth. It's just, the sun's just starting to dip down. Hopefully it's getting a lot cooler. And we're going to kick off with an event that was supposed to be one of the last events of the first session. It's now been pushed back here. The women's under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase. I'm sure they're pretty happy with that change. It's been a lot cooler.
I think so. And if this morning's anything to go by, I think we could see some pretty quick times, because the guys were pretty quick this morning, considering the conditions that they were having to put up with. The times were actually fast. We saw the 18s go sub 6 minutes. Quite a couple of them went sub 6 minutes. So the track is obviously pretty good. The competition is good. The conditions are good. With the weather, cooling just that little bit, I think we're going to see something pretty special from the women.
Well, we're going to kick off the sprints a little bit later as well, and we saw the wind. It was massive down that home straight. Fingers crossed it's settled down again. Maybe that, the Fremantle doctors kicked in. It's turned around. Something a little bit down the home straight would be beautiful, especially with some 8s on as well later on today.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the wind in Perth, and hopefully we do see it this evening, but it's usually fairly consistent. And across a 3-day championship, I'd be surprised if more than one day was ever a headwind. It's just something that doesn't usually happen. It would be an abnormal sort of wind condition to come in. So I think we'll see some favourable conditions for the sprints later on.
But there's on your screen now, it's your starters with 13 athletes in this under 18 2,000 metre steeplechase. Hip number 1, Abigail Graham of WA. In 2, Layla Roundtree of the ACT. 3, Ellaby Hansen of WA. Olivia Richardson and Alice Oakley-Kerr of Victoria in 4 and 5. Elena Kadesheva of New South Wales in 6. Hannah Cerezo of New South Wales in 7. Jessica Day of Victoria in 8. And 2 more Queenslanders. Leah Rose Hooper in 9. Evangeline Scott in 10. In 11 and 12, 2 New South Wales athletes, Paige Merriman and Kirsty Beattie, and rounding out the field on the outside from Queensland, Ella Horn. So 13 starters in this under 18s 2,000 metre steeplechase. So we are away here in that second session for Day 1. It almost feels like the second day. We've had such a big break. It's almost 5 hours between this. So hopefully a lot of the fans out there, not the athletes, I hope the athletes went back to their rooms and rested, but I hope the families and supporters went out and got to enjoy a bit of WA.
Oh, I think they would have. Why wouldn't you, with 5-hour break between the 2 sessions? And there's so many places. Oh, as we see the West Australian just having a little bit of trouble. That was Abigail Graham over that first water jump, but she has recovered. Yeah, and she's come out in front. So it hasn't really affected her too much, and she's really stringing out the field quite early in this steeple. It was a bit like the 16 boys. We saw that one string out fairly early on in the race, and this is happening again in the under 18 women's.
Yeah, so Elena Kadesheva from New South Wales just up there in second place at the moment. It looks like Hannah Cerezo of New South Wales as well, just behind her. And there is a Queenslander sitting in 4th place at the moment. Just want to catch that name.
So that looks like it's
number 10, Evangeline Scott.
Yeah, Evangeline Scott.
It is Evangeline Scott. There she is as they come past. And this come around. This is their first lap completed. And it's still the West Australian, who, did have a little bit of trouble. Looks like she just got caught in no man's land a bit coming into that steeple. Not sure, which lead to get through. And, if you're pumped up with all that adrenaline as you run that first 150 metres, and all of a sudden everything just shuts down.
And sometimes that can happen with an event where it is in your home state, and you've got friends and family who have come out to watch you, probably a little bit more than what would attend if you were at an interstate event. Obviously, not everyone can fly over to the other side of the country, but you're in this unique sort of experience now where you've got a home state championship where everyone has the ability to come along and watch you compete, and it's something you're probably not used to, because you wouldn't have your friends and family out for every weekly competition.
It's tough. And it's tough for them to come across for the travel to the eastern states. Also, there's another factor I found with a major championship that happens in your home track where you train is you don't want that feeling of coming back to training every day. There is that good thing about coming to a brand new track like this is the track where I compete and I perform, and this is the national championships where if she walks into this gate 4 to 5 times a week, she's like, oh, is it just another training session? Oh, there's just a few more people here.
Yeah.
But really, it's not really daunting her too much. She's out in front, and she's on the younger side of this age group, the 16-year-old Abigail Graham of WA. She's looking pretty comfortable out there. Kadesheva of New South Wales, still sitting in second place, back to Evangeline Scott, but they've opened up that gap. As we see Graham clear that steeple quite comfortably. 76.2 centimetres, these steeples. For the under-18s, it'll be the same for the under-16s, the next race up.
And Graham's looking pretty strong here, you know. It's one of those things where she's... Oh,
It's happened again.
Another troubled steeple at the water for Graham. That's 2 now in this race, and that sort of just let Kadesheva back into this race a little bit. She was moving away from the rest of the field, and you can see she recovers fairly well from...
Her running between the steeples is beautiful.
And these two are really starting to move away from the rest of the field as well. And at this point in the race, someone's going to have to make some sort of significant move in order to get up to the two of them. And the way Graham goes over the steeples and moves away in her running phase, I don't think Kadesheva is going to trouble her too much unless Graham has a few more issues with the steeples.
Well, exactly, and that's the tough thing. So I think it was a bit of a confidence booster for Abigail Graham when she had that bit of trouble on the steeple. She actually just straight up hurdled the next one, which isn't easy to do. And there you go again, just another hurdle, which can be an issue if she's used to hurdling them, getting to the water jump and having to put your foot on it. It's a whole different thing. And maybe that could be what's causing the issue, where she's used to just straight over hurdling them, and then when she gets to that steeple, you actually have to push off, and it's a significant distance.
Yeah, and it's really, to be honest, it's not until the elite level, the world-class level, where they start jumping them without actually touching them. So you watch the men out there on the world stage, Olympics and world champs, and they won't touch it.
No.
They'll just jump straight over it, just to avoid any sort of issues with the steeple itself. Obviously, once it starts to get a little slippery, your shoes are wet, you don't want any sort of issues to come up, and she hurdles the steeples throughout the rest of the lap brilliantly, but just having a little bit of trouble with that water jump.
And as we saw off that water jump, it looks like Olivia Richardson of Victoria's moved up into the 3rd place, the Victorian. Kadesheva really slamming on the brakes as she got to that steeple. And they should be getting the bell now, as it clicks just under 5 minutes 30, and she's really opened up this gap. Another clear steeple. Kadesheva's got a lot of work to do. And we see who's in 3rd place, and that's still the Victorian Olivia Richardson. It's a big gap between 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They've really strung out the field. It's the running between the steeples that's really put Abigail Graham right out in front and kept her far enough away from the rest of the field.
So Graham, with only 200 metres to run in this steeple, she has one more water jump to negotiate. And then she'll have one more steeple down the home straight. She gets over the water jump, which is good to see. She's staying away from the cones, which is also good to see. So we had that issue earlier this morning, but no such troubles for Graham here. One more steeple to go, and she's over that one. She's only got the line to get to now. And she will come down to take line honours and the win and become the All Schools steeplechase champion for the under-18s.
A home victory for a homegrown athlete there. Kadesheva, she'll cross the line in 2nd place, take the silver. Try and see who's taking up the bronze. If Olivia Richardson there she is, dipping out 7:18 it looks like. So there's your 1, 2, 3. I'm sure they're quite appreciative that they ran it so late into the evening. Massive sprint finish there at the end. Nearly actually cleaned up a few of the athletes who'd already finished.
So, what a run by Graham there, the West Australian, the hometown athlete. As we said, going into that first water jump, obviously with the issues to start with, she came out of it really well after that. Then had the same issue a couple more times, but just
really strong. And it was just the water jump that caused the issue. She was making ground on all the other steeples, so really strong. Hopefully, looks like Nah might be wrangling Abigail Graham there for a chat as we see the replay. Gadesheva was there. Again, just another issue with it, but honestly, hands on the steeple, there's no rule against that. You can literally get over the steeple any way you like, as long as you go over it.
Yeah, there's no going around it.
No, don't go around it.
That's not allowed.
But you can get over that steeple any way you choose, and to be honest, it worked. And we're going to go to Nah with the winner, Abigail Graham.
Yes, I'm here at trackside with Graham, sorry, Abigail Graham. Sorry, please forgive me. Congratulations for winning the race.
Thank you very much.
So, with steeple, you're doing the water jump. How does it go with getting your socks wet during the race?
The feeling's like awful, but it's like, I don't know, just get used to it after a while, so.
Yeah, cool. So you think after about a couple laps you can't even feel it anymore?
Yeah, no, because I've done it for so long, I just don't feel it at all anymore. Like, it doesn't really affect me.
Incredible. And home crowd, do you have anyone here watching you today?
Yeah, well, some of my friends came down, and my mum and my dad and my sister.
Awesome. I bet they're so proud of you.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nah. That's honestly, I feel the same when my socks get wet during a live stream. It just takes me a few races to get used to it, and then I'm fine. I can stream easy.
So we'll have the 16 girls coming up shortly, and you can see there's a few field events starting to get underway. Just the athletes going through their warm-up phases as we see the crowd building, and I can see Andrew Murphy there in the crowd with the white hat, sunglasses on, just keeping a keen eye on the boys' long jump down there.
Yeah, he'll have a 4-day weekend because he'll be back on Monday for Schools Nitro, for the Coles Schools Nitro Championships with Trinity Grammar.
Yep, his partner Liz is there in the black as well. And then besides that, it's Lee Derby, so famous WA coach. She's coached many athletes throughout her years and time and service within the sport, and she definitely is a bit of a treasure in WA athletics.
Is that Johnny Boaz down the bottom? The bottom left-hand screen in the
It looks like it.
BLK Australian. He's coaching Darcy Roper, Henry Smith and Chris Matrevsky currently.
So
not a bad little 3x long jump relay team.
A few famous faces down pit side.
Pit lane.
As we can see, this is the under-18 women's down on the front straight. So that one was a view of the back straight, and this is the front straight. The officials just setting the board in with the plasticine strip, just getting the field site ready to go, making sure that board is nice and even and straight. There's some of the New South Wales team. They're out there just relaxing, sitting back, chilling. And
Well, it's their first opportunity to probably actually get out into the sun because it's not as brutal as it was earlier.
this is true. And there's another famous face. There's Alwyn Jones. You can see him there in the blue shirt, the long hair in the middle. So Alwyn Jones, a multiple national champion, represented Australia numerous occasions.
Comp Games bronze medalist from 2006 in the triple jump.
Yep. 2004 World Juniors.
Yes. Now, this is a World Under 20 qualifying
There he is,
event.
yeah.
There he is. He liked to think of himself as an anti-athlete. That's what he used to always say, an anti-athlete. He didn't want to be like a typical athlete. So he'd always be warming up in, you know, a cut-off Metallica T-shirt, the bandana. It was, very alternative. So these 18s long jumps on both sides. The men's 7:58. That's the World Under 20 qualifier for them. And the females 6:15. So if any athletes can achieve that with a 2.0 wind or less, which to be honest right now it looks like there's barely a breeze out there, maybe just a slight tailwind as we see those teardrop flakes just sort of spin in the wind. I think it's good conditions.
It is. And it's starting to get towards that time where the wind starts to settle. So the doctor typically comes in sometime after lunch. And then the closer you get towards that 6 o'clock mark, it just starts to die right down, especially when it's been a warm day.
Magic
Usually
hour.
the evening is just dead still.
Love it. Best time of the day.
So there's our under 16 athletes heading out for their steeple event. And behind them, we've got the men warming up for the under 16, sorry, the under 18 long jump.
Looked like Kiani Sidnor leading off the first jump in that event. There's a few of these athletes that can really, you know, pressure that 6:15 mark. Tamisha Clark actually cleared it at Oceania Champs. He went 6:20, which was a massive PB. Receiving the under 18 performance of the meet by female at the Oceania Championships in this year up in Townsville. And actually the male athlete who won the best performed under 18 male, Reese Holder. We'll see him later on this evening in the 200 metres. So we've got both of those athletes competing here this weekend. But 6:15, that's what they want to see. And we saw a plus 16 metre jump this morning in the under 16. Mia Skerry, 6:12. But unfortunate plus 2.4 in that event. She did have a legal best of 5:96, but legal bests don't matter when you're trying to win the championship. She took it out. Abby French 5:99 and Sienna Bond 5:93. So awesome top three there in that under 16 girls long jump. But the next event on the track, it's the under 16 girls 2,000 metre steeplechase final with 15 athletes in the field. Hip number 1, Nellie Langford of South Australia. 2, Ellie Glands of WA. 3, Alexandra Cullen-Vocus from New South Wales. 4, Abby Butler of Tasmania. 5, Bridget Morrissey of Queensland. In 6, Yana Creek of WA. In 7, Hannah Doyle of WA. 9, 8, Arabella Price of New South Wales. In 9, Millie Hunt of Queensland. 10, Abigail Watson of WA. In 11, Ella Atkins, Tasmania. 12, Emma Kate Watt of Queensland. Mia Tui in 13 from New South Wales. Ava Honore from New South Wales in 14, and Madeline Laven from Victoria in 15.
Step back a big step for me, please. No toes on the line. Let's concentrate. On your marks.
A very fast start there. This girl's really hustling and bustling to get to the lead. Looks like Callum Vocus from New South Wales. She wants to get pole position. And as she got to that first steeple, she threw the brakes on there. That's the problem with trying to get out fast. You might put your stride pattern out as you get to that first one. On the outside, looks like the Tasmanian, possibly Abby Butler. We'll wait to see that hip number as it comes into picture. But that's Butler comfortably out in front. Callum Vocus just sitting there in second place. And Ellie Glands of WA, just getting passed on the outside by another New South Wales athlete, Mia Tui, I think it is. But Abby Butler from Tasmania with a very big lead, and she's comfortably cruising out in front through the first 300 metres here in this under 16 girls 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So similar sort of scenes to the earlier race in the 18s, where we see the field strung right out. It's only been 400 metres in this event so far, and we've got the athletes spread out probably 50, 60 metres out along the track.
Yeah. And Abby Butler, she's looking good every time she gets to a steeple. She's using the hurdle technique. She's not putting a foot on these regular steeples. Nice, very comfortable hurdle technique, and that's the one thing that can make a difference in this field, being able to keep your speed and rhythm over those hurdles as we get around to the water jump for the second time. Very comfortable, probably pushing the limits a little bit, maybe a little bit of a slip off the edge. And she's right out in front. Bridget Morrissey of Queensland sitting in second place at the moment. It looked like it might have been Callum Vocus still in the mix there for those medals from New South Wales.
But you're definitely right there in terms of her confidence over the steeple. She attacks it. She knows her stride pattern. She knows what she's doing in the lead up through into the steeple. And it really sort of shows, and it's not like she's trying to work too hard in between the steeples. She's just doing a lot of that over the steeples, and you see some of these other girls really sort of balk and stutter as they go into it, which really does make a significant difference when you're coming off the other side of the steeple to be able to get back into your rhythm and your run. And it's definitely showing here in the lead up.
Yeah, she's attacking these with confidence, and I think that's what's separating her from the field. Obviously, her running she's moving beautifully down this back straight. Bridget Morrissey's leading that chase pack from Queensland, but the Tasmanian, again, the head barely moved. It was the hips just raised a little bit, boom, over the steeple, back off, running comfortably.
So as we see the Tasmanian come into the straight, she's got a lead of about, I say, 25 metres over the rest of the field. That's just extending a little bit more, so probably sold her short a little bit there on that distance. And that's probably out to about 30 at the moment. So Bridget still there in second. But in terms of the minor places, there's still the 5 of them that are right there in this race. But you would say that no one is catching Abby Butler from Tasmania as she goes down the back straight into another steeple. She's just looking too smooth at the moment, and the gap is just increasing more and more as she goes around.
Yeah, this is commanding running here from the Tasmanian. Basically led from the gun, and she'll clear this steeplechase and water jump for the second last time. Big battle though for those minor medals. She has a look around. She'll probably just see them clearing the water jump. And she's not taking her foot off the pedal here.
It's one of those things where you're running around, and even though you've got a lead of that sort of distance, in the back of the mind, it's always like, well, I've got to keep this on.
Yeah.
I don't want them
Are they
to get
coming?
back on it. Yeah.
Are they coming?
Are they kicking?
Yeah.
Are they moving faster than I am? Because when you turn and look, it's hard to gauge that sort of thing.
No,
How fast are they going? Are they coming at me? Are they moving faster than me? Have I gone out too hard? All these things will run through your mind as she goes down the back straight and cleans another one. But look, watching it from here, there's no one's catching her.
No.
We know that, but sometimes, you know, minds can play tricks, but she's definitely not taking a foot off the pedal, and she comes through with 200 to go.
So only 2 more steeples to clear, the water jump and the last barrier in the home straight. Abby Butler from Tasmania. She's basically led from the gun. Another clear final water barrier. She's going to win this by a good 60 to 70 metres. I'd love to grab the hip number of whoever's in second. But Abby Butler dominating this field here in the under-16 girls. There it is, the last one. I think a little bit of a smile crept across the face there as she cleared it comfortably. And she's going to win the under-16 girls 2,000 metre steeplechase comfortably and controlling 6:48.37 on the clock.
Much quicker than the 18s.
Yeah. I feel like there's a sprint finish going on. Tassie, 1-2, Ella Atkins. I thought that might have been a Tasmanian uniform sitting in second place, but Ella Atkins, out of nowhere, Tasmania goes 1-2. I think we should probably grab both of them for an interview if we get a chance. The Apple Isle taking gold and silver with Bridget Morrissey in third place, rounding out the medals in this under-16 2,000 metre steeplechase.
Probably the most commanding victory we've seen so far in these championships.
Definitely.
You know, we've seen some brilliant ones in the past, and that was sort of up there with them. There was never really a point where she was challenged. There was never really a point where we thought that, hey, maybe she might not win this race. From start to finish, she led it. She looks strong. She looks good over every one of the steeples. And she's come away with a win. She'll take home that gold medal back to Tassie, her teammate, with the silver. And I'd say it's going to be a pretty happy duo on the plane back to...
Team Tasmania will be pumped, I think, with the performance there. 2 in the field, come out of it with 2 golds. Can't really do much better than... gold and a silver. 2 golds. You can't really do much better than that.
No. And it's good to see the field sticking around to clap the remaining competitors across the line. As we see the replay here of Abby Butler clearing the steeples, first the water and the last one coming down to the finish, where she'll go home as the Australian All Schools champion for 2019. And she celebrates, and as she should.
Yeah.
You know, you're just taking a national title. You deserve to...
Big salute.
Just pump the air. Do it. So you see some shots of the under-18 women's long jump.
Yeah, Tamisha Clark, she's already done the high jump this morning. Probably the favourite to take this out. Comes in with a seed jump of 6:17, which is over that World Under-20 qualifying mark. Needs a 6:15. I think that 6:17 was wind assisted, which is why it won't feature. But it has a best of 6:20. We'll see what kind of form she's in.
just has good consistency through all the phases. You know, good consistent speed, good consistent height, good consistent pop, good consistent technique through the air. You know, it's just all of it's good.
It's working. It's honestly, she's the only athlete in this field with a seat jump over 6 metres at the moment. So really putting the pressure on the rest of the field to try and respond. 593.
So not a bad start.
Not a bad start to the competition.
In this competition, which there's probably, as we said before, probably no wind about in the stadium at the moment. So that's off what would probably be potentially a 0-point wind.
Well, this exact pit and runway set the national record for female jumpers, 7:05, Brooke Stratton. And it also has the longest male jump in Australian history for Brice Lapierre. Back in 2010, was it 8:78?
8:78.
Ridiculous.
Huge.
I feel like broke the stadium. People who were in the crowd just didn't know what to do.
No. And it was one of those, watching it, it was one of those ones where you're like, well, Fab, be careful.
Yeah.
You're at the end of the pit.
Yeah, what do you care? Wait, settle down.
Don't want to hurt yourself.
When he jumps, it's always been impressive. The height that he gets, he's only 60 kilos.
Yeah. The
Just
height is
slings.
probably the most impressive part of it all.
Yeah.
The pop that he has off that board and the height that he gets,
Oh, it's ridiculous.
unbelievable.
So this is like Olivia Yacono on the runway now in this first round. $20 athletes in this women's field, 26 in the men's field. So that's a long time between jumps. So this next event on the track, it's your final for the girls under 14, 800 metres, 13 athletes in the field. As you can see, a couple of the athletes are doubled up in lanes. And we might run through the start lists once they're off and racing in this event. A lot of these athletes, it's their first taste of, sometimes it's their first taste of travelling interstate. First time, maybe the first time away from their parents for an extended period of time. First year in high school for a lot of these athletes, so it's a lot going on. So from the inside, hip number 1, Tayessa Buchanan. In 2, Ivy Boothroyd. 3, Declan Tanner. In 4, Charlie Salmon. 5, Malika McLeod. In 6, Gabrielle Schmidt. 7, Alyssa Barber. In 8, Michaela Thompson. 9, Tia Stutchbury. In 10, Nadia Godley. 11, Tanasha Santosh. In 12, Sienna Hathrill. And in 13, Freya Main. That's Tayessa Buchanan out in front at the moment. Really working hard at the front of this pack. Let's go through the first 200 metres. Santosh as well as Gabrielle Schmidt. So it's New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria, your first 3 at the moment. Boothroyd also in the picture as well as the ACT athlete. And that's Barber. Just a bit of Boothroyd moves wide and just put the brakes on the athletes behind her at the moment. It's a tough time for a lot of these athletes because there's not a lot of tactical awareness. They haven't been, as you can see, they're running 4 wide down the home straight on the first lap.
Yeah,
it's just a race. This is a race. I'm not saving energy. I want to be first, and that's it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like, look how wide they are, going around the outside of lane 2, and that's the thing, is that if you stay out there too long, we're talking about significant metres here. You're running further than anyone else. As we see, it is Ivy Boothroyd who was that wide, but she just wanted to get into that first position and put the hammer down and go, but she has run probably 4 or 5 metres further than anyone else. And as we see, Buchanan respond
Up
to
the
that
inside.
move now.
Again, that's just the tactical awareness. So Buchanan's come out in front, shot up the inside. Boothroyd still holding on. Gabrielle Schmidt from Queensland's your 3rd place. As Tanasha Santosh just off the back of the pack there. But it's a big move from 250 to go. Tayessa Buchanan from New South Wales She looks comfortable in the goal. Gabrielle Schmidt moving up onto the shoulder of Boothroyd. Can Boothroyd hold on for that bronze medal? Santosh finishing hard, but it's Taissa Buchanan looking super strong here. She's powering to the finish line. That is fast. 2:12.98. Schmidt and Boothroyd holds on for the bronze medal in this under 14 800 metres.
So, interesting tactics from some of the athletes in this race, and as you said, they are young, so they're not as experienced as what we'll see from some of the older age groups. And typically, at a bell lap, you don't see them running forward wide around a bend. They'll sit, they'll wait for that 300 to go down the back straight where they can move out, make sure they don't run too much further than anyone else. As we see Gunn.
Has got a 6-metre jump under a belt. Not this year, but has the potential to get them out there. As we wait and see what comes up on the scoreboard. Just a quick look. Coached by Matt Horsner, who we did see earlier.
Does have a fast brother over...
It's very fast. Pilot Gunn.
Yep.
Central Coast athletes. Some of the best.
They do it pretty well up there on Central Coast, don't they?
They do all right.
As we see Charlotte McGill from New South Wales, teammate of Katie Gunn, to the runway. That seed of 5:73. So she can definitely get them out there as well, and if she gets out near that mark, she'll be threatening for medals. What has she got? Good speed. Maybe not quite the pop and the height off the board as she may have liked, but the white flag goes up, which is important, so she'll record a legal jump.
Looks like it might have been 5 metres 80 if I caught a glimpse of that scoreboard.
Narajan Dramsika from the RAS group, and Dylan Jones from West Australia, and Lewis Freed from the Northern Territory. So that is the lineup.
And we've got four RIS athletes in this field. Raffles Institute of Singapore.
45 minutes to an hour or so. We'll see what the rest of that as we move on.
Thanks very much, Alex. Also, the competition from Victoria.
But again, a big field, 12 athletes. Much better to run the 12 athletes in one race than run them in heats, especially over only like basically a 2.5, or it's almost gone out to 3 days now, but program when there's a chance for them to run 2s, 4s, 8s, 15s, 3Ks, steeples, anything.
Medals to be presented by Richard Davish, technical delegate for the Australian All Schools Championships. In third place, the bronze medalist, the time of 7 minutes 19.8
So, there's your lineup of the under 14 boys 800 metres. And we go through it from Queensland with hip number 1 will be Noah Burke. From RIS, that Singapore team, we've got Pia Shakti, Kavarapu Venk. And another teammate from the Singapore team is Puran Damaraja. And next to him will be Taylor, Lucas Taylor from Queensland. 5 will be Luca Gillard from New South Wales. 6 will be Joseph Harvey from New South Wales. 7 will be Marcus Lim from the Singapore team. Abraham Ham, his teammate, will be with 8. Thomas Cross, the West Australian, will hip number 9. Andrew Camp Lilliard from the ACT with hip number 10. Archie Caldo from Victoria with 11. And his teammate, Patrick Rechko, will be with hip number 12. So as you can see, they've doubled up 3 of the lanes to fit all 12 of these starters on the track.
These nervous few moments where you're not sure what's happening When you're this young, you're like, what are we waiting for? When are they going to say go? I don't know. Here we go. Ready to go.
So underway next event on the track, the boys 800 under 14.
A lot of the times, this is the first time they've ever had to share a lane at the start in these races.
So Noah Burke, the Queensland on the inside, he's starting pretty brightly.
So as they go down the back straight, it is Rechko from Victoria who'll lead them through. The West Australian in cross. They'll be a top two as they settle in down the back straight. New South Wales athlete in Harvey sitting there in third, along with Burke from Queensland and Taylor as well. So we've got the rest of the field sort of splitting up now. There's a bit of a gap back to the RIS athletes as Cross leads this race into the front straight, and the pace has been fairly hot. This field is strung right out, and the athletes are just sitting in there behind the West Australian. Rechko, Victorian, sitting nicely in second, and it's the two Queenslanders looming largely behind that, but Cross looking strong.
Yeah, led from the gun, Cross, the West Australian. He's looking pretty comfortable out there. Rechko from Victoria is not letting him get too far away, and it's a battle between the two Queenslanders, Burke and Taylor. They're shoulder to shoulder, and we'll see who can make a move with 250 metres to go. But Cross, Thomas Cross of WA, he looks good this far out in front. The Queenslanders are coming up onto the shoulder of Rechko. Big move there from Lucas Taylor. 200 metres to go. The Queenslander is gone from fourth up into second. Noah Burke, the other Queenslanders, responding. Their head goes down. These three are going to fight it out for those minor medals. Cross looks over to his shoulder. He's got something left in the tank, though, as he comes into the home straight. So it's Thomas Cross. He's looking beautiful down the home straight. Rechko holding on for that second place. Noah Burke on the outside, closest to the grandstand. He's moved up into third. But it's Cross, Rechko, and Noah Burke, your 1, 2, 3. 2:04.68 on the clock there for the under-14 boys.
So another hometown athlete taking a win here in front of the crowd on the track they know so well.
Well, the only track in Western Australia?
No, there is two.
There is two now?
There is, not now, it's been there for a long time.
Where is it?
Out east, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Out just south of Vic Park.
What's the drive time?
Hannington? The drive time, whoa. All right. What time of the day?
Oh, it's peak hour.
Oh, yeah, that's hard to...
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I'll let you go on that one.
Still have a go.
So we're back over with the boys under 18 long jump. I'll try and see who's on the runway next. No one really stepping up. Can't really see anyone on the runway at the moment. There we go. Got Chant. WA. Tyson Chant. And up next would be Godfrey Okorenyang. This is my glory years, under 18 long jump at all schools. The only time I ever got over 7 metres.
There you go. I'm going to put a number out there, 43 minutes at this time of the day.
And in first place, winner of the gold medal, and all school champion.
So Godfrey Okorenyang on the runway. If you watch the AFL Grand Final 2018, he won the Grand Final AFL sprint.
Did. That was the one where they allowed a couple of non-AFL players.
No, they play AFL, just
they play
junior
AFL,
league.
yeah.
They're not proper, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
They play the game, just not in the AFL league.
And it was Godfrey Okorenyang and Melvin Monley, two very fast junior sprinters absolutely toweling up the rest of the field.
It really sort of showed the difference between an AFL player and a track athlete.
Yeah.
Even though they play the game,
Yeah.
in the end they still do track as well, and it really does show the difference between the two.
It was obvious. The Queenslander, John Erebor, on the runway now. And we go to Joshua Huaba. More of a triple jumper. Erebor, we'll see him in the triple jump. And that'll be an exciting competition. We had Aidan Hinson here in the studio. Dylan James, he's out there in this long jump as well, the national under-18 record holder. So we're going to have the under-16, current under-16 and current under-18 triple jump record holders going head-to-head. See Erebor get a massive one out there. Waba next in, the Tasmanian. Stephanie Di Virgilio from South Australia, having her second round attempt in this long jump as we go back to Huaba. Hopefully he can replicate the heroics of the girls under 16 2K steeplechase. Of course, where else would Na Anang be except for at the long jump?
Yeah, she's got herself a spot pit side.
Yeah, mate, it's not bad.
On the field
When you've got
play.
that kind of access. Oh,
Yeah. All access pass that Na does possess. Gets her out there.
little Yadlowski now.
Just pumping herself up. Good speed on the runway. Oh, I think that may have been a foul on that attempt. So, yep, the red flag does go up.
In first place, the gold medalist at time 2:12.98, the New South Wales, Tanisha Buchanan.
Next up, we'll see Amiru Chandrasena. Well, I think actually took out the national title earlier this year, Chandrasena.
Well, the
I feel like
7:14.
Remember how he had that massive rainy comp against Colby Eddowes back in March. Colby Eddowes is first to go in this competition, so it's a massive comp.
It is.
Yeah, and pretty sure Chandrasena took that one out. It was tough. Remember there was a time when you couldn't actually see where the board was. That's how rainy it was. There was lights reflecting off the water. It was tough going out there.
What has the Victorian got here on? No.
Just a pop up. Not liking it. Nearly runs into the Queensland Athletics Media Officer Kobe Donovan. Just on the side there. Take it easy on Kobe. She's got to get some good picks. All right.
As we see, Tamisha Clark back on the runway for the under-18 women's long jump. That's being conducted on the front straight as opposed to the men out in the back. What has she got in this round? Can she get herself over the 6 metre mark? Stamp her authority on this event.
Really stomped on the board there. I'm guessing the white flag went up. I'm not seeing anything. Joshua Jones now is a 688 man. Plenty of speed on that runway. And up next, it's a fan favourite, Jacob Christianopoulos. So on the field now, it's our under 16 para 800 metres. 2 athletes out there in the field. Marley Lovell on the inside in hip number 2, and the athlete on the outside, Indiana Cooper. So we have split this up. When I say we, I don't personally mean us in the studio, but this is split up as their ambulant and wheelchair athletes. So this is the ambulant 800 metres. It's just a lot safer for the athletes to not have ambulant athletes and wheelchair athletes, especially when they're not laned, to be out there. So Marley Lovell and Indiana Cooper. So I'm not sure what they're actually doing with the medals, if they're providing a wheelchair medal and an ambulant medal. I have not been privy to that information.
Marley Lovell enters the championship with a seat time of 3 minutes 50 and on target to go get up. First lap, Indiana Cooper.
As they get the bell, just a tick under 125.
Number 1 minute 30.
So good running here from Lovell. She's got that little gap over Cooper. And based on the 2 classifications, the position Lovell is in, she will finish ahead of Cooper. So Cooper the T38, Lovell the T36.
Yeah, 36 usually getting a few more percentage points in the MDS table. But next up, it will be the wheelchair athletes going head to head.
So we see Lovell come around into the straight where she'll look up and see the finish line. And she knows she has to try and post a good time here because she's up against
It is. These are timed finals.
2 other athletes in Clifton Blow and Simpson in the following timed final, as Cooper is fighting on strong behind Lovell. But Lovell's going to take this one out. And the all-important time, 3:03 roundabout.
What a quick finish there from Cooper. So having a little bit up the sleeve there in that home straight.
Just a quick announcement to all the athletes and team managers.
Keenan O'Hanlon on the runway. Oh, Jonathan Reed to follow him. 26 athletes in this long jump competition. That is a big, big weight between jumps. Nice little hang technique there from O'Hanlon. Attacked the board with plenty of speed.
Did. From the get-go, as soon as he initiated his run-up, he was on it, trying to build as much speed as he could.
Kiani Sidnor. Looks like the start of round 3 down here. This long jump did start 10 minutes before the men's on the back straight.
In round 3, the under 18 girls won't be on. Kiani Sidnor.
Just not getting the strides right into the board, unfortunately. Here comes Jonathan Reed, 674 seat jump. To his credit, good height there from Reed. He's the bottom age in this event. Get back to Katie Gunn. Oh, really? Getting good purchase off that board there. It's a yellow flag. We'll see what she can produce. We'll get back to Todd Thorne. He's a 7-metre plus jumper from North Queensland. Another hang technique. Charlotte McGill now on the runway. She'll follow Gunn. So our wheelchair 800 metres to coincide with the ambulance. Sarah, Jane, Trevena, Clifton Blight on the inside. Victoria Simpson on the outside. Clifton Blight, a T32 athlete, and Simpson, a T54 F55. So the T54 track 54. She's out in front at the moment as they steer themselves into the home straight, into lane 1.
Start time should take 70 minutes from start time with 4 miles closing time. The high jump discus hammer and javelin is 20-45 minutes. High jump discus hammer.
As they work their way around the outside.
You need to be in your race gear ready to go, in your competing gear ready to go. The shot put on the triple jump 55 minutes. That's when the core.
Still Simpson, the younger of the two athletes. 14-year-old Simpson. And the 15-year-old Clifton Blight out in lane 2. Into the home straight, straightening out the chair. You can see the different push techniques between the two athletes. Clifton Blight just continuously working the arms over the tyres. And down that home straight, Simpson giving it 2 pushes. And again, changing it up again. $250 metres left to go in this second time finals, the wheelchair under 16 para 800. We did have the ambulance just before, if you missed it, with Marley Lovell taking out line honours from Indiana Cooper. And over the later stages here, Simpson really stretching that leading margin into the home straight. So 100 metres left to go here for the New South Wales athletes. They've all been New South Wales athletes in this under 16. Simpson really working the arms down that home straight, pushing towards the line. And she'll take line honours here. 3:02.08 on the clock. So we'll have to wait and see when they give the medals out what the MDS table has produced.
West Australia is going away in the unrating long jump.
So Dylan James, oh, massive amount of height there from Dylan James. He did set a brand new record in the triple jump, moving it from 15 metres 60, the under 18s, to 15.84, and securing himself a World Under 20 qualifier at the same time. And that looked like a big jump on the back straight. Alyssa Lowe on the runway now from New South Wales. She comes in with a seat jump of 5.95. I'm sure she'll want to creep over that 6 metre mark. We get back to the start of the order here. Colby Eddowes, man of many talents, usually tests himself over the multi-events.
On the next event on the track, 16 girls, 800 metre time fun. There are 2 heats. The medals will be awarded the fastest time. Heat 1, the time final is on the track and ready to go.
So, about to get underway. It's the first of 2 timed finals. The girls under 16, 800 metres. From the inside, it's Victoria Cholch of South Australia, Helia Layoki from ACT in 2, Mackenzie Scholes, WA in 3, Sophie Coltish and Kiara Flavel, Victoria in 4 and 5, Jessica Taylor 6 from Tasmania, Molly Cook of 7 of South Australia, Grace Reed 8 ACT, Isabella Gann Payne of 9 in Tasmania, and Amy Hackoil in 10 of South Australia. It looks like Hackoil of South Australia out in front, pulling this field through. They are seeded, so the top half of the athletes are in the second final, 10 athletes in that, and the other athletes, the bottom half of the athletes, are in this one, so they can push each other. So this is a race. It doesn't matter who wins. The girls have to run fast, so they need to work together to try and move themselves up the rankings.
Coming down to the valley, and Bubble has gone to the front very nicely as well with a big chance. And Capital of South Australia holding on to second.
So Kiara Flavel, she's taken over the lead in this race.
Moving to the race as well.
And she's giving it some gas down this back straight. Really comfortable. Probably thinking she should have been in the first race with the way she's running this one. Interesting fact that there's not one Victorian in the top seeded 10 athletes for this under 16 800 metres. So she's obviously trying to show the fact that she deserved to be in that race. Obviously you can win a medal from anywhere, and if by the weirdest of chances they go tactical in the faster race, silly duffers. But a big run here from Flavel of Victoria. She'll take line honours. We'll catch that time, 2:13.70 on the clock though, so not the official winning time.
Complimentary presentation of event 17, the under 14 discus throw, presenting the medals is Robin Davies throwing and White Governor from Australia. In fifth place, the bronze medalist, who throws 55.66 from South Australia, Taylor Larson. In second place, the silver medalist was from 37.4.
So this is Jacob Nolan. From Tasmania. He's jumped 675 coming into this one this season. So he'll need every bit of that. Try and get himself up into the medals.
So this will be a very exciting second time final.
So Di Virgilio from South Australia, 5'18" seed coming in.
The under 16 national champion, under 16 WA state record holder, from 910.
As we cross back and forth between the two under 18 long jumps, we see Fairweather, one of the favourites, 693 coming in. What's he got in this one? Could carry through the air. Good solid landing. But back to the track for the second heat here for the under 16 girls 800 metres, and one of the ones to watch in this one on the outside, Kayla van der Linden. Oh, the recall gun goes, so we didn't see anything on the screen, but we're not there at the track. The Stars have obviously seen something.
You wouldn't often expect a false start in an 8, but with 10 athletes in the field.
So it looks like the green card's out.
Maybe 9 athletes in the field. Can't see anyone sharing a lane.
A bit of unsteadiness.
I'm missing someone out there.
So it looks like we're missing one of the New South Wales athletes. So we'll try and find out. That will be Jess Bird, actually. She came into the event injured, so she didn't travel here. As we go through that lineup by hip number, Laura Stump from WA in 1, Sailor Donnelly from Queensland in 2, Kiana McLean, Queensland in 3, Bridget McCormack, Queensland 4, Jess Bird, obviously the one missing in this one, Ada Rand from New South Wales 6, Lucy Alexander 7, Montana Monk from New South Wales 8, Lucy Hinksman from the ACT 9, and Kayla van der Linden, who's leading this race currently, and one of the athletes to watch coming into this championships. She's been running so well over in WA, and she's out here leading this race already through the first 350 metres, and she's already got a gap of about 5 over the rest of the field, really stringing them out currently. And we're only at the midpoint through this 800 metres.
Hang on, what's she going to go for the...
So she
all right, 60 seconds through the bell.
It's not a bad first 400, so she's on for a quick time here. She wants something good.
Well, 2:06 flat is the World Under-20 qualifier, and it is an IAAF rule, a World Athletics rule, but a brand new rule brought in again by Australia. We've accepted it. They are offering 16-year-olds an opportunity. Kayla being 16 next year. Get the 2:06 flat, bang.
If she also gets that, she'll get the meet record of Georgie Clark as well. She's also at 2:06 points. So watch the clock, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely one to watch. She was highlighted for a reason coming into this event, and here she is showing her form, and she comes around into the straight. She's got a bit of time up her sleeve. She'll have to try and finish in just over 15 seconds through the last 100, and she's fighting on strong. The rest of the athletes are digging deep in behind her. But Kayla van der Linden, she's holding here. She's coming down to the finish line. Watch the clock. This is going to be fast, and she's going to do it. Oh! We'll have to wait for the time.
Oh!
It's
Oh,
2:05.
don't do it to us.
98 on the clock. That isn't the official time. That's just what happens. So when the athletes cross the line, the finish camera has an automatic finish on it, which isn't the exact time that the athlete has run. The athlete just triggers that automatic system.
So there's 2 times here to look for. World under 20 qualifying of 2:06 flat, and the meet record 2:06.05. So it's not a lot of wiggle room here, is there?
There's certainly not, and obviously so many times we'll see things rounded up and down, and we would love to see this go no higher than 2:06 flat. We don't want to see it. So we'll have to wait for the official time to come through from photo finish. And we'll keep refreshing our pages, hoping to get
Yeah,
the
can you
results
guys tell us?
through.
In second place, in number 26.
You've pressed it about 50 times now, just waiting for the refresh. Nervous. She's got 200ths to play with. As we see Yakono from Victoria on the runway again in their 18s long jump.
Come on, WA, give it to us.
Still waiting for
They're having a
these
good read.
official results, I tell you what. It might be close.
I'm always the impatient person on Meet Manager, just clicking get times.
Yeah.
Get times, get times, get times, get times, get times, as soon as they cross the line.
Yeah, but obviously photo finish want to make sure they get this correct because, you know, this could
It's
be
important.
the difference between
Yeah?
someone making a world team or not. So we see Fenwick from the ACT. So she's the 19th jumper in this under 18 long jump. Gets out there, good extension through the air.
No, still nothing.
As we go back to the men's, as we see one of our favourites, Chandrasena.
Oh! 2:05.94.
Oh, it's come down.
Don't even worry about it. Kayla van der Linden, 2:05.94. Meet record by Georgie Clark. Oh, if you know anything, Georgie Clark, ridiculous.
Oh,
And a world under 20 qualifying mark for Kayla van der Linden. Awesome work. Big congratulations. That's the first one of our championships. Whew.
wow, it's huge. But I'm going to say it though. Credit to Montana Monk and Bridget McCormack to go 2:07.58 and 2:08.61 respectively. Honestly, they are quality times. So it's exciting times for women in the 800. And a lot of it you'd probably put down to the quality that we have currently at the senior ranks. When
Oh, yeah.
juniors come through and they see the seniors competing so well on the world stage, running fast. We've got women running sub-2s now. We've got them a whole bunch running 2 flat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the thing. So, you know, we talk about Kayla van der Linden running 2:05.94 and getting that qualifier. When it comes to nationals, if she wants to go, she's got to run against Keely Small. That's the caliber of these athletes. That you forget, Keely Small is still a junior. No matter what she's done all before that,
Yeah.
she hasn't been to World Juniors yet. This is her opportunity.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It is ridiculous.
But just the fact that we've got 3 of them here under 2:10, the future is bright. And they're still only, you know, under 16.
Yeah. To just put an exclamation mark on how ridiculous Georgie Clark was, the national record for under 16s is 2:02.49.
It's another level, isn't it?
It is. I guess you just had a bad day at all schools when you're in 2:06.05. Tactical race, maybe. I don't know.
Did 5 events.
Probably won them all with meet records.
But
When you go to the Olympics at 16 years of age, you're doing okay.
it's now time for the men, the paras, to come out and run around for 800 metres. We'll have 5 starters in this first. Again, the 2-time finals. We'll see another one shortly after this. But in this one, we'll have Marcus Nolan, the TO1 athlete from New South Wales, in 2. Josh Reeve, TO1 athlete from WA, in 3. Daniel Pretorius, the T46 athlete from Queensland, in 4. Luke Small, the T40 athlete from New South Wales, in 5. And Matthew Taylor, the T20 athlete from Queensland, will be in 6. So the 2 athletes on the inside, both hearing impairment, which is why you'll see the officials standing next to them, and they'll just tap them on the shoulder to get them off and running.
The light system is there, but I'm not sure how well it works with the set go. Not set go, just the gun and go. It is I had to bring them down from Brisbane, and there's a lot of them, quite heavy too. And then they flew from Melbourne to Perth. It's a little bit of a detour.
Just a little bit.
So just like the under 16 female para 800 metres, broken up into ambulant and wheelchair. There's Matthew Taylor out in front. He's gone the headwear for this one. Marcus Nolan, the TO1 athlete, behind him. But they're looking good. These two are absolutely motoring at the moment. Remember, again, it's not who crosses the line first in these events, as it will come down to the MDS table. So sitting in 3rd place at the moment, it's Josh Reeve, Daniel Pretorius, and then it'll be Luke Small.
Their times relative to their categories world record. Decide the medals across these 2-time finals.
So really starting to pull away from the field. He has a look over the shoulder with about 220 metres left to go. He's opening up that gap back to Marcus Nolan. He's working hard. You might have just heard in the background, that would have been Luke Small getting the bell. So Matthew Taylor, he'll be looking for something around the 2:15, I think. Get under that. He should be pretty happy. He should get well under that, actually. 2:13.06. Nolan's going to cross the line in 2nd. We'll see that battle between Pretorius and Reeve. As Pretorius taking 3rd place across the line to Reeve. And now we wait for Luke Small to finish his 800 metres. And we'll be able to see who potentially takes the gold medal later on. Well, I do need to check if we are doing separate wheelchair and ambulant medals. You can see Luke Small at the top of your screen, just behind the discus cage. 200 metres left to go for the T40 athlete. So they will be combined, so they are competing against the wheelchair athlete for these medals. Luke Small makes his way into the home straight. And then across the line, just under 4 minutes 20. Next up, we'll have wheelchair athletes Warwick Holmes and Cormac Ryan of New South Wales. They'll be the next two athletes on the track for their part in this 800 metres for the para under 16s. Now, Dylan James, he should be rounding out the third round, or close to it. Looks like Charlie Froome's just behind him. Dylan James, the under 18 national record holder for triple jump. Comes in with a C jump of 7:38, quite handy. Probably just stomping the landing a little bit. Nah, Renee just gives him a bit of an up and down. He's like, hey, he can jump. He can, that's not bad.
Did she just give him the eyes out? Look up and down to assessing his long jump
like,
technique.
That's okay.
All right.
Probably just not enough leg shoot. I know Nah prefers pike. I prefer leg shoot. We did a survey on Nah's Instagram back in in April, and it went to leg shoot. So obviously I'm the better long jumper then.
I'm a leg shoot kind of.
Yeah. It's all about leg shoot. I don't know what pike. Pike's for diving.
Yeah. Is that in gymnastics as well or something?
Definitely not long jump related, that's for sure. Be silly to use any other reference apart from leg shoot.
Do you know why? Because you can't do a double pike in long jump.
You probably wouldn't want to. What is a double pike?
I don't know.
What's a single pike?
I don't know, I've just heard it before, that's all.
I think it's when you do two flips with a pike. In pike, with pike.
As we see,
No,
Warwick Holmes, no.
I think there was a bit of movement on the start line. No false start there, thankfully.
That is good to hear. Obviously, we never want to see anyone disqualified, but the officials just having a word with Holmes, just making sure that he's steady on the start line. Obviously, before the start, they want no movement. Away cleanly this time. So the two athletes in this time final being Warwick Holmes and Cormac Ryan, both the New South Wales athletes. And a good start already by Cormac Ryan on the outside. He's pushing away strongly to start. So Warwick being the T34 athlete and Ryan being the T54. So different levels of functionality between the two athletes, which will differ in their classes. But Holmes going great guns at the moment. Comes around the bend into the straight, looking super strong, pushing nicely. As we see Ryan in the background still coming on nicely as well, just digging deep. Look, putting a few hard pushes in, just trying to get that speed back up. But Warwick Holmes Cormac Ryan doing a great job here. Gets the bell just a tick under 110.
Yeah, this is some good pushing from the young New South Wales athlete as he rounds it, 350 metres to go. We'll see Warwick Holmes, the T34 athlete, should come into picture there in our home straight. But remember, it is not the athlete who crosses the line first in these events. Cormac will have to really work hard in this last 200 metres, try and get as big a gap as possible from Holmes. And I think we'll see him push pretty hard down this home straight once he straightens up. Head down, push through the line.
He's doing a great job. As we see him come down, take line on his... You see Warwick Holmes coming down into the straight now. Head down, pushing strong. Can the time still matter in this one? So he needs to make sure he pushes all the way through to the finish.
Yeah, he doesn't want to ease up.
Every single precious second in this 800 event. As he crosses the line.
So we're in the last round of these girls' under 18 long jump competition. Amelia Ellis from South Australia on the runway. You can see that setting sun in Western Australia really coming off the edge of that runway. You can see why the Queen didn't want to stare into it out of Perry Lakes in 1962. But it's giving us a beautiful backdrop. What is it? 6:15 magic hour over in Perth. Oh, big jump there. She's happy with that. I'll try and stick on that scoreboard to see what the official yells out. $5.85. So this looks like our final few athletes. With Gunn on the runway next, and we did see Clark making her way down. So this could be our top three. Medals still definitely up for grabs.
So we've just had word in from NAR that Dylan James, West Australian, one of the favourites in this event in the men's long jump, is pulling out.
Very interesting. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Possibly just 2 jumps out and he's like, you know what? I need to look after myself. The triple jump's the big one. Fingers crossed. So we're on the track for our first of two timed finals. Boys under 16, 800 metres here. So we might be missing a few athletes. We should have 11 in this field. Definitely don't see 11 out there at the moment. I see 9. But let's go through the list. In 1, Jonathan Harris of South Australia, Henry Madsen of Tassie in 2, Jacob Miller of ACT in 3, Riley Digney 4 of WA, Angus Alderton of Tasmania in 5, Cody Stanfield in 6 of WA, Kai Gillingham, Victoria in 7, Anthony Giselli, WA in 8, Charlie Hildyard, South Australia in 9, Daniel Ching of Raffles Institute Singapore in 10, and Riley Crane 11 of WA. That's the lone Victoria there, Kai Gillingham. Out in front wearing hip number 7. This is basically from the gun, a sprint race the entire way. If you look at the bottom of the screen, I think a 5.94 from Katie Gunn on her last attempt.
Starting to get towards that 6 metre mark.
Well, they needed to get there a bit earlier because I think that was the last round. Now, 7.53 was the best for Dylan. He was leading that competition, so he's left the athletes to try and chase him down. PB though for James, if that's legal, and he could do the double there with the long jump and the triple jump. 7.58's the world under 20 qualifier. It's Kai Gillingham, about 160 metres to go, and he's starting to slow down just a little bit. The legs are getting heavy. A big move here on the back from the Western Australian. Trying to catch that hip number on the side there. Looks like it could be Riley Digney, and Digney up past the outside. He's using the home crowd to lift his spirits and get him to the finish line. Jonathan Harris of South Australia, he moves up past. And then Charlie Hildyard, so into the home straight. Almost a sub 2 minute run there, 2 flat 52. For the Western Australian, Riley Digney. That's handy running.
And that's a movement to begin. The long jump, whistle, 6.05 in round 4. As cemented herself in the medals, whistle jumping beautifully in round 4.
So we're back to that last jump from Tamisha Clark. Well, I think she might have already wrapped up that gold medal with her earlier 5.96 in the early rounds. There's some great jumping there from the under 18 girls. There's low. So that 94 was from Clark.
Medal presentation and victory ceremony for event 29, under 14 boys discus throw. Medal to be presented by Stephen Stibble, OAM, member of.
So it's now time for the second of two time finals. And this is an event that I have actually been looking forward to.
Oh.
It's an event that we have seen a number of times over recent years.
An 800.
Yes, but 2 athletes in this event go head to head.
Yes.
It started back at ALAC.
I want to say Hayden Todd.
Yep.
And is it Wolfgang?
No?
No?
Come on.
Dylan Devine.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Runaway Bay, ALAC.
Yep.
Those 2 head to head. Then we saw it at all schools in Cairns. We saw it again at juniors. And here it is again. We're going to be treated to another epic battle of these two. And I tell you what, there's a couple in this event that are going to give them a run.
Well,
Especially
two
Koch
flat
and Messi
is
as well.
what they need to run to, which for the under-16s, that's bloody handy.
So off we go. From the inside, it's Devine, Storen, Shields, Jefferson, King, Stanmore, Crowther, Langbourne, Cochrane and Messi, Todd and Tyne. So big field here, 11 starters in this second timed final. And Devine on the inside, Todd from the ACT on the outside. And it's Cameron Tyne from Queensland who takes up the early lead in this one, with Langbourne from Victoria just sitting in behind him. And then it's the New South Wales athlete in Jefferson.
Oh, it's going to be a
top four.
Maybe a tactical race, I think, here. I don't know. Todd's in a good position just on the outside, a step off the rail. But Devine, he is competing up in age, Devine. Well, so is Todd as well. This is the time when, you know, those age groups actually make a big difference. But as they get the bell, it's a Victorian out in front, and he's actually throwing down a little bit more speed as he hears that bell. Todd's trying to go with him. And Mitchell Langbourne of Victoria, 300 metres left to go. Looks like Jefferson, New South Wales, closing that gap, and he's closing it fast. He looks comfortable. Kane Shields making some moves, but here comes the tall Hayden Todd from the ACT. If Devine wants to get this head-to-head going, he's really going to have to start picking up that pace. But Charles Jefferson from New South Wales with 150 to go, he's in the lead.
And he's running strong, and he's doing it for New South Wales. He's got a couple of teammates trailing in behind him. Langbourne's trying to come at him now. Jefferson's still holding. Langbourne is fighting, but it looks like Jefferson's going to hold on for this one. Stanmore from New South Wales is coming through late. He might just miss out on that silver.
Ooh,
it will be Jefferson who takes the goal. 1:53.37, a handy time there.
Wow. And I think Devine might have got Todd right at the end there as well.
And when you look at the ages, Jefferson, the older age, Langbourne, the older age. So obviously we didn't get that battle we've seen in recent memory, but tell you what a run by Charlie Jefferson from New South Wales. He takes out the title. Mike Mitchell Langbourne from Victoria will be in second. And then it was Stanmore from New South Wales rounding out that podium.
Back to the long jump down the back straight. So Dylan James was leading with 7:53. He's bowed out of the competition. He's decided to leave it there at 2 jumps. Felix Jackson King's on the runway now. A big athlete. He's about 6'5", Jackson King. Unfortunately not getting that run up correct there. Four athletes set to go in this next event on the track. It's the girls under 18 para 800 metres. Cannon O'Hanlon next up, jumping 19. I was going to say you might be happy for a rest, but to be honest, most of these guys are probably having almost half an hour between jumps. If it's 1 minute for the athlete to complete their jump, plus all the raking and the calling. That's with 26 athletes is a long time. Helen just not happy with how he felt in the air there. So we're away here in our... I'm not sure why they have a spare lane in the middle there, but from the inside, Queenslander Vanessa Wilson in 2. In 3, Courtney Weebeck of New South Wales. On the outside, 5, Summer Giddings of New South Wales. And in 6, Jessie Vanna of Queensland. So yeah, not real sure why there was a spare lane 4. But Wilson and Venner, both T20 athletes. Courtney Weebeck at 12 and Summer Giddings 35.
So Venner just has a cheeky look around there as she comes into the straight. Definitely no athletes to be seen at the moment around her. She's running on super strong at the moment. She's got a couple of New South Wales athletes and another Queensland in behind her. But Venner out in front and running strong. As we see Courtney Weebeck come through for the belt. And then it's back to Wilson and also Giddings. But Venner out in front and looking strong at the moment. Definitely not tiring as she goes down the back straight. Queenslander.
Yeah, she got her first taste of international competition this year. She went to the INAS Global Games. It was in Brisbane. So she got to test herself against international fields there. And she's really striding out here, looking very comfortable in this 800 metres.
So she comes around the bend into the straight for the final time. Venner, she'll have to run strong through to the finish. So it is a timed final in a para event where there's multiple classes in this one. The T20 athlete, she needs to post a strong time to try and stay in front of Weebeck and Giddings. But she posted a strong time. She has 2:40.36 on the clock. And now it is the wait. Wait for the other athletes to come through. Wait for the times to be entered into the MDS system, where it will calculate the percentage based on the national record to determine who is our under-18 para 800 metre champion.
So that was Weebeck crossing the line. Wilson, about 50 to go, coming into the home straight. And if you just see at the top left of the screen, just about 200 metres to go for Giddings, the T35 athlete.
So I'm going to put a shout out to Summer Giddings. She is one of my favourites, and she is a brilliant athlete on the track, but she comes to our events and now officiates. So she's an official now. She's done a qualification. She's out there in the field. She's worked the long jump. She works the throws, and it's absolutely fantastic. She goes out there, competes. Next thing you know, she's on the track officiating.
Yeah.
And honestly, she sets a shining example for all the other athletes around her, and it's something that we need more of. And it's been absolutely brilliant to have her around, and we love every moment of it, and we hope she keeps coming back and she turns into one of our more experienced officials in the years to come.
Oh, well, considering she's kicking off her officiating career, well, she's 17 now, but I'm sure she has been doing it for a while. She'll be quite experienced only in a few more years.
Yeah. And she's super funny too.
There you go, that helps.
Yeah. Always provides a laugh.
Under 16 para 800 metres.
This looks like Charlie Froome's, I think, the end of round 3. And they'll have another break for a while as they redo the order, check it a few times.
So the bar at 159 here in this high jump event. This being the under 16 girls event.
About halfway through the competition. So the bar will go to 159, 163, and then 66, 69, 72, 74, 76. So it's going up by 3s to 72. And then up by 2s, unless there's one person left, and then they can make it go up by whatever they want. Oh, good clearance there from the South Australian, sorry. Oh, gave it a little tickle. But not enough to dislodge it.
Oh, good clearance there from the West Aussie. Straight over at that 159 mark. So it's still early stages in this event. And the Victorian clear too.
A lot of first round attempt clearances here in this high jump, so it's obviously not too far up into the worrying heights. Probably have to say the favourite, Erin Shaw of New South Wales, comes in with a C jump of 177, which is quite a ways up there.
Ways.
A ways, and I don't think 159 would be troubling her too much.
Pop there on the Victorian.
Yeah, plenty of spring in the step.
Yeah.
Woo.
Solid clearance too.
That might have been Madison Wright, and we might have Georgia Wyatt-Reed. Yeah, we should have Michaela Fitzpatrick or Anna Lee Lewis. Potentially Sophie Anderson.
I'm going to go with Sophie Anderson because Fitzpatrick and Lewis, they have already bowed out of this competition. Just going based on the seeds.
Yeah.
Under that 159. Yep, that is Anderson. And a good clearance there. So majority of the athletes here that we've seen so far all going clear.
And in first place, winning the gold medal, our new big record holder at a time of 1:53.39 from New South Wales, Charlie Jefferson.
Just clipping it on the way over. Oscar from New South Wales. But that was just the first attempt at this height, so she will have 2 more to try and get herself over. As we see Histronopoulos from WA on the runway. He really does utilise the full runway all the way down to the very end. Not sure why there's a hurdle just sitting there.
Yeah. It was a little bit strange.
He's after the clap.
Christianopoulos.
He likes that one. And goes over to Lee Derby. Just said, yep.
That was the one.
That was a good one. Thank you very much.
So 2-time finals here for the under-18s. From the inside, WA, Jasmine Pugh in 3, Caitlin Murphy of ACT, Hannah Cadden in 4 of ACT, Lily Matter of 5 in WA, Tiana Woodger 6 of New South Wales, Vanessa Miller and Nina Yates in 7 and 8 from Western Australia, and Ruby Liptak from South Australia in 9. So Western Australia, Nina Yates out in front at the moment. This is the under-18s. The first of 2-time finals for this 800 metres. We've still got a fair few races to go here in these 800 metres. So Yates controlling the race at the moment. Woodger up on the inside rail. And Lily Mather on the outside, so it's Yates, Mather and Woodger. Liptak, the South Australian, just sitting in 4th at the moment. We go through about 65 seconds on that lap. So still Yates out in front, but about 3:20 to go. Woodger up around on the outside, she's on the shoulder. She eases away past Yates. So 2:50 to go in the first of 2-timed finals here for the under-18s. It's Woodger right out in front and moving away from the field. She's got a line of Western Australians behind her. Yates, Mather, and then Miller. Mather's now making a move. Hip number 5 from Western Australia. And the other Western Australia, Jasmine Pugh. So it's all 4 Western Australians sitting in 2nd to 5th at the moment. Woodger. Can she hold on? Pugh easing up on the outside behind her. The rangy Western Australian. Can she find something else in the tank? Woodger's grinding out this finish and she's going to take line honours here. No need to stop the clock. Got a big one right there. Woodger takes line honours there in our first of 2-time finals for the under-18 girls.
Good strong front running there from Woodger. She was forced to do it. She had to go because she knows it needs to be quick. And she's left it all out there on the track. And now it's up to 2nd of the 2-time finals to try and knock over that time. As you can see here, the West Aussie in Pugh really trying to fight on to get up to the shoulder of Woodger, but Woodger too strong in the end and takes home line honours. 2:13.08 on the clock. And that's the time to beat so far as we go back to the under-18 men's long jump, and it's Colby Eddowes who also wants to clap. The live stream clap. Let's get him into it. Let's get him over. Let's get him into a big jump. What's he got? Unfortunately, the red flag there for Eddowes. So he will not improve. The impressive thing about Eddowes is he's actually a decathlete.
He is, and that's if you want your decathletes to be medaling or close to medaling in those individual events, at least 3 of them.
Yep, he does it in the hurdles.
Yep.
The pole vault.
Yep.
And these others high.
Yeah, he's got a 2 metre high at least.
So
handy.
yeah,
That's what you want from your decathletes.
very handy.
So here's the next timed final on the track. 9 athletes from the inside. Nicola Hogg of New South Wales in 1. Nairi Hamilton in 2 of Queensland. 3 and 4 of the New South Wales athletes. Georgie Purcell and Matilda Ryan. 5, Ellie Ryan of Queensland. As they get ready to go. In 6, Mia Roo of Victoria. Gigi Maccaginini in 7 of Victoria. Alicia Cam and Takara Aymer in 8 and 9. This will be a hungry race. 2:13's the time set by Woodger. There's Nicola Hogg straight to the front. On her shoulder there, Nairi Hamilton, Ellie Ryan. On the outside, here comes Takara Aymer. She's gone straight to the front as well. She wants to be in the lead. A little bit of a cut off there, just from Aymer on Hogg. Hogg and Aymer, both the younger of the athletes in this final. But they're moving, they're still quite close together, but they're moving quickly.
They certainly are. And again, this is another race where we've seen a lot of these girls go head-to-head on numerous occasions. They know each other well, and they're out here just a tick over 1 minute. So we're looking, if they hold this, this is around the same time as Van der Linden. So we'll see how fast these women can go in this one. And it's still Aymer out in front, the Queenslander, and the rest of them just trailing in behind her.
It might be Matilda Ryan. They're making a move around the outside. A big move with about 300 metres to go. There she is. Maccaginini's going with her. So it's Matilda Ryan out in front. Maccaginini, Hogg back in the picture, and Aymer, she's going to have to try and hold on. But there's 200 metres left to go in this 800 metres.
And Maccaginini's looking really strong. She's just sitting in there behind Ryan, biding her time. She's looking good. Ryan's fighting on, and you can just see the composed face of Maccaginini. Watch for her as she comes into the straight, but Ryan still fighting on, finds something else. She starts to kick away from Maccaginini. Hogg's trying to fight on, but Ryan is running away with this one. Coming into the straight, you thought Maccaginini was going to fight on, maybe come up to the shoulder, but what a run by Ryan. 2:06.49, just off that World Under 20 qualifier of 2:06 flat. Oh, what a run by Ryan. Made the move down the back straight.
Yeah.
Maccaginini tucked in behind, and by the face of Ryan and Maccaginini, you look at the two, you would have thought, oh, Maccaginini, she's looking good here. She'll come into the straight, explode, but it was Ryan that exploded and just ran away from the field.
She had that response. You know, she was out there. It's just some of the athletes, you know, you might think that they're done for, and they just always have that next level. And she had it coming into the home straight. There's Nicola Hogg. She got up for 2nd place with Ellie Ryan and Aymer probably just getting up into 4th. And it looks like a win in that under 18 race. It's earned Matilda Ryan a chat with Nara Nang.
It's a big privilege.
Time for the medal presentation and victory ceremony for event 24, the girls under 18 long jump.
Maybe not right away though, they've just got to get set. Obviously you need Matilda to get her time to get her breath back.
In 5th place, the bronze medalist.
But the race certainly didn't disappoint. And it was a decisive move by Ryan. She left it all out there on the track. And she's come away with national medal. So we're going to cut down to Nga now. She has grabbed Matilda Ryan. Matilda's caught her breath, so we'll have a few words from her.
Yes, guys, I'm trackside with Matilda here, the winner of the 800 metres, and 2:06, so close to that qualifier. Was that something you were expecting for this meet?
Definitely not.
Is that something that you're aiming for the season now, or?
I guess so. My aim was just to get under 2:10 because I've been running consistent 2:11. So yeah, just very unexpected.
Well, you totally smashed that time, totally. So I'm looking forward to your season. All the best. Hopefully you get that qualifier.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Back.
You might have heard a few chuckles in the background there.
Because I love that.
Yeah.
You come into the event thinking, oh yeah, I just want to get under 2:10. You smash that and you go 2:06.
She would have been happy with 2:09.99. Just wanted to get under 2:10. Sorry, no, here's the 2:06. Oh, okay, thanks. I love it.
Oh, I do.
Now she's in her head, she's like, oh, what are my goals now?
And-
I need new goals.
And that's the thing that we were talking about this morning, with this event being that time for athletes just to come out of nowhere. And Matilda Ryan's done that. She come in going, well, I've been consistently running 2:11s.
Yep.
If I can come here, run sub 2:10, done a good job.
Yeah,
Next
that's
thing
my
I-
goal.
Boom, 2:06. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
See you later.
What an early Christmas present. Nice to finish the 2019. Whew.
And then she goes into...
Not only
next
that, she's
year's
got the
nationals.
gold as well.
And she goes into next year's Nationals as one of the favourites.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe time to sit down with coach and a little bit of a reassessment.
Yeah.
That basically would have been a World Junior qualifier every other year. Every other year, I reckon. Yeah. 163 on the bar, second attempt. And you can see, look at this, there's plenty of paperwork here on the table. This is the kind of research that goes into the stream.
It's one of those things where we've got to be prepared for it. Everything we got, as we see, South Aussie just failing on that one at 163.
Yeah. So it's up by threes now after 163. And 66, 69, 72, and then up by twos. Up to whenever they want to stop jumping, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah. Once you get one in the competition, you can just do what you want.
they can go whatever they want.
Yeah.
I like that rule.
Can't go half centimetres though.
It's not really a thing.
No.
So sweet, the West Australian go
Oh,
clear.
Good clearance.
So she's definitely got more height in that one. And it'll be interesting to gauge the opinion of the winner of this event to see how they like the laser high jump.
That's a good point. Nah, if you're listening, the winner of this under 16 girls high jump, laser high jump. I wonder if they've also been talking about it with their friends beforehand as well.
It's going around all the coaching groups.
I hope so.
All the training squads, they're all talking about the laser high jump.
It's a thing. Kids want it.
Winner the bronze medal with a time of 4:24.78 and an MBS score of 80.94 from New South Wales, Summer Giddings.
Oh, big clearance there. 63.
So multiple going clear at this height. So down to another New South Wales athlete. Just running through her mental preparation for this is Genevieve Bosca. You'll see this a lot with the high jump athletes. It's very much a visualization thing. They go through their run up, their approach, the jump. Unfortunately, just missing that one.
She's gone the interesting front singlet tie-up. So obviously high jumpers, they don't need to wear a back bib.
No.
But she's gone for the extra tightness by tying up the singlet at the front.
Not a bad move.
Yeah. Look, if it's been an issue from you before, even just like you're saying visually, you know, mentally thinking, man, I don't want to knock this off. You think that's probably not going to knock it off often. But if it helps you get over the bar, do whatever it takes. Oh, great clearance there. For a third attempt clearance, you really do need to attack it.
So that's Hewitt.
Ooh, unfortunate miss there.
She's one of the highest jumpers in this field. She has gone 170. So it's still a little bit off what she's capable of. Unfortunately, not to be today, as we go back to Boschke to see if she can get herself over this 163 and continue on in this competition.
This view looks really good on the
She starts her approach. Oh, at good height, just clipping it with her back. So that'll be it for Boschke. That was her third and final attempt. So Boschke and Hewitt bowing out at 163. The others will progress.
Welch's are standing over the next race.
So we have 4 more 800-metre races to go here on our program. This is the ambulant side of the para 800 metres. We have 5 athletes in this field. From the inside, it's Aaron Houston of New South Wales, James Tirado of New South Wales in 3, James Pendred in 4 of Victoria, Jaden Taylor in 5 of Queensland, and 6 Ben Shaw of Western Australia. And then in a second, we'll have our wheelchair athletes, Corey Crombie and Ethan Moose.
Who we did see earlier in the discus.
Saw both of them, didn't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're both out there in the seated discus. So they've competed already today. They're back out again this afternoon. It doesn't the sky look magnificent in the background. So
Magic hour.
We are off and running, and it really is magic hour at the West Australian Athletics Stadium. As we said, from the inside, it was Houston, Tirado, Pendred, Taylor, and Shaw. 5 athletes in this field. And it's the Queenslander in Taylor really taking it out strong, the T20 athlete. Tirado, the T13, which is vision impairment, just sitting in behind him. And then it's Pendred from Victoria, another T20 athlete.
These boys are really, the gun went and they are flying over this first 250 metres.
They really are going for it, aren't they? And as they come onto the straight, Pendred and Tirado, 1 and 2. Now, the MDIS is fairly close between these two classifications. They're not far off each other. So work around onto the back straight with 300 to run. Still Pendred out in the lead. Tirado fighting on behind him.
And the cadence just dropping a little bit. They definitely did go hammer and tong for that first, even down into the home straight. The first 350 metres they were gassing. We'll see who has the strength come the last 200 metres. So it's Pendred from Victoria out in front, Tirado just behind him. I'd say line honour's probably going to be between these two athletes. Jade Taylor, the Queenslander, sitting in 3rd. Aaron Houston and Ben Shaw, that's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But Tirado on the outside, can he make a move here? He's moved wide into 2. He's confident he can make it. Pendred's got something, though, up his sleeve. He's pumping those arms, and he's going to do enough to hold on and take line honours there. 2:18.41 on the clock. Dorado in second. Oh, big finish there from Houston. He's gone into 3rd. Whew. Jaden Taylor there, crossing the line 4th. And we'll say Ben Shaw next to cross the line from Western Australia.
Getting the super. You know what that is? That one's super.
Good to see the sportsmanship between the two of them.
Drop that into the interview.
Shaking hands, following the race.
That could be your first question. So how's the feeling?
So we see the replay now of the two fighting down. Dorado was really trying to go at it down the straight, moved out to 2, tried to fight up to the shoulder, but Pendred all too strong in the end and fights home to the finish to take line honours. Was at 2:18.41 on the clock. As we said, the all-important times in these para events.
Yeah.
Making sure they fight to the end, get those times, pull back those seconds, because once it's entered into the MDS, that's when we finally discover who the winners may be. So it looks like Naranang has found Kayla van der Linden, and she's down trackside for an interview.
Yeah, I'm down trackside in Perth with Kayla, the 800-metre winner and a World Junior qualifier. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you came into this event as one of the ones to watch. How did that feel coming into your race?
It felt really good. Like, as someone from WA, it's like no one really looks at WA as much because it's not as competitive, obviously, and it felt really nice to actually have a mention, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's so cool. And you mentioned WA, that's your hometown. What did it mean to you to be able to compete here and not have to travel?
For me, it was great because we have a much bigger team, and to be with everyone for the team spirit and have everyone here from Perth coming to support, and no time difference, trying to adjust to sleep, that kind of thing. It was really great.
Awesome. So now you've got that qualifier. What can we expect from you in the future now?
Well, essentially, I'm just hoping to keep decreasing my PB. Not too sure yet if I'll go to Worlds. Like, that's definitely something I'd love to do, but as someone who's only 15 years old, might be a little bit too far right now, but I'll see. Definitely just want to keep increasing that PB, or decreasing.
And I'm sure you will. Congratulations. Thank you, Kayla.
Thank you.
Sounds like she's got a pretty, you know,
she's
smart
thought
head
about
on
it.
her. She has. She's given this a lot of thought.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see an athlete actually turn around and talk about the World Under-20s and go, well, maybe it is a little too early for me because I am only 15. Yes, I may be able to go. Yes, I may have qualified. But in the end, I need to look after my own development. Is that me sort of jumping the gun too early? Am I ready for this yet? I still got another one after it. So
And even then, that one after, she's still the younger age for that one after.
yeah.
It is a big ask.
But it's always good to see when the athletes come back and respond like that.
Yeah, they've thought about it. They've actually had a thought. It's not just a,
Well, most people will just go, yeah, I'm going to Worlds.
Hell yeah.
Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it is good to see that the response from van der Linden there as we go to the track. And this is the other tight final in the under-18 men's 800 metres. So Corey Crombie and Ethan Moose, and it is Crombie out in front, gets the bell. Moose coming through now. So both of these are T54 athletes. They were separated a little bit in the discus earlier with different classifications, but when it comes to the track, they're both 54s. As we see Crombie enter the back straight, just trying to get his line right. Powering on strong, heads down, really driving on. As we go back to Moose as well, still pushing strong as also. So if Crombie crosses the line first, he will place ahead of Moose, but then obviously the comparison comes to the first of the time finals with the ambulant para-athletes.
Yeah, with Pendred and Tirado. Obviously it's just too unsafe to have the athletes all on the track at the same time. So great that they've given this opportunity to race freely and perform these effectively time trials in these timed finals. But some great pushing there from Crombie. Gone sub 2:10 for his event. We should see Moose crossing the line very shortly. And there he goes. We get the thumbs up from the track ref. All clear down here. Big wave to the crowd from Crombie. I'm sure he was loving the opportunity to race and cross the line first in front of his home crowd.
Very, very competitive in that particular event.
So that's just one of the officials, Dennis Coker, having a chat to the athletes after their race. Bit of a fist bump there between the two athletes.
Yeah, Dennis, the king of the post-event. He's normally the first person you see off the track.
Yep, always.
Actually, I probably have never seen him because my eyes are blind of lactic. It's like, where we're going? It's usually just a blur of hands pointing me in the right direction.
Second place.
And we should have our 2 more timed finals to come. 7:08 West Australian time. In about 4 minutes time here.
The fifth place winner of the gold medal at the time of 2:06.47 from New South Wales, Matilda Ryan.
So that high jump is still going. It's at 166 now, and they're on their second attempt. So unfortunately, just a miss there from the West Australian. She'll have one more attempt at this 166 to try and get herself over and off to the next high. And the Victorian also failing on 166. But she will also have that third and final attempt. So what has the West Aussie got here? Actually goes clear. Good jumping there from the West Australian. She'll progress through to the next height. And she's pretty happy with that. High fives all around from all the girls underneath the tent. You see the South Australian just missing on that one as well. So now on to the set of third attempts here. And unfortunately, it's not to be. So I think that was Montado from Queensland. And another Queenslander up now to have her third and final attempt at 166. Oh, just clipping it with the heels as she goes over. And unfortunately, that'll be the end of her competition this evening. She won't be moving on to the next height. Had the height, just couldn't get the legs over in the end. And unfortunately, we'll say goodnight to the Queenslander. But now to the West Australian. She just saw a teammate go clear at 166. Can she get herself over? Just with the shoulder as she goes up. And we're back to the track for the first of two-time finals in the under-18 men's 800 metres. From the inside, it's Ferreira from WA, Sobey from South Australia, Nicolo from Queensland, Tranquil from WA, Brennan from the ACT, Rose from Queensland, Pomfret from Northern Territory, Malbini from Northern Territory as well, and Bromley from WA. So interesting to have two Northern Territory athletes in this race. So it's good to see the Territory represented well. And already in this one, West Australian and Queenslander making their intentions known. They need it to be fast. They want to get out there and set times to give the second time final something to aim for. And that is Bromley and also Rose from Queensland. And the two of them go through 53 seconds, so the pace is hot. These two are really after it. They've got the rest of the field trailing behind them, well behind them. As these two go around the bend, it'll be interesting to see if these two can hold on.
Yeah, so Rose has been in some good form recently in Queensland. He did win the schoolboy 1500 metres, so he's been pretty good over the longer distances as he puts the head down and works his way down the back straight. And I think these guys can actually put something fast out there. So Saxon Rose with 200 metres left to go. He's moved around Jez Bromley. And these guys are a long way in front. I'm glad they've had someone to work together. So Jez has taken the pace early. And he's given Saxon Rose something to chase. With the Northern Territory athletes moving around the outside. Bromley's starting to feel it in the legs. But Rose is pushing hard down to the finish line. Head goes down again. This is going to be something quick. He's starting to tie up just a smidge. But he's going to at least put a good time on the board there, 154.70. And that looks like it might have been Emerson Pomfret in third there across the line from the Northern Territory. It is Rose. Some tough running out there, out in front. They've gone from the gun and, hey, look, they've put a respectable fast time out there for these others to chase. And if they fall asleep out there in this final, there's going to be maybe some medals won from this second race.
Potentially, but the thing is, in the next race,
they're quick.
We've got athletes like Angus Beer and Royce Ramsey. There's some quality.
Oh yeah.
Next one. There's some quality, and if we've learnt anything from Angus Beer in his races in previous years, he doesn't like it to be slow.
No, and the thing is, this is wide open because there's a certain athlete not in this race. Joshua Atkinson, who normally was, coming down to the 8 and the 4. He's actually doing the 200. Trying to find that speed. He's actually topped a second off his 200 metre PB. He ran 22.08 this year, which is not bad for a guy who can also run 150 flat.
Yeah, that's some good speed. And it's only going to help him in his 4 and 8 and whatever endeavours he wants to do after that.
I think so, yeah.
Speed is important. It's needed. It's a critical component of an event. And when you look at, as we see the New South Wales athletes goes clear.
169.
So the bar really starting to get up now, getting above head height. But when you look at the world stage and you look at people like Rhodesia, Nigel Amos, all these guys, they run 140. They run 45.
Yeah,
for a 400.
They have to.
They're quick.
So here we are from the inside. Jack Gould, Nathan Corbett, Jacob Todd, Lachlan Bennett, Ethan Brow, Angus Beer, Royce Ramsey, Nicholas Coonan and James Healy. As there's, looks like we've already got a group of 3 out in front. That's Brow, Beer and Ramsey. And the Western Australian, Lachlan Bennett, also just tacking on there. But of course, it's a pretty regular position in an 800 metres, or any race that Angus Beer is in. He's goes straight to the front.
Yeah, he assumes his position as normal at the front of the field. To be honest, I've probably seen maybe 2 races where he hasn't run from the front.
Yeah.
It's just been his MO, it's what he does, and he does it so well. It's interesting, but he is a big guy, so I can only imagine that if you ever got caught behind someone who may be a smaller person with a shorter stride, sometimes you can get caught up in that. The next thing you know, you're taking more strides throughout your race than what you're used to, and therefore it affects you in the end.
Just prefers to run freer, and that's the way it is. And these two really going out there. Lachlan Bennett, he's tucked in behind him. He's not letting Beer get all this running. Beer's probably helping Bennett more than normal. And it's not often you see that Angus Beer's not the tallest in the field as well.
And watch for Brow to come home late. He's been training really, really well. He's got some good fitness. He also has some good speed. We'll see if he can try and get himself up into those top 2 places. He starts to kick now, but Angus is still controlling this race as they come into the straight. And Bennett in behind him, watch for him to come, but Brow's there still, he's fighting on. The New South Wales athlete, he starts to come up to them now, he goes past Bennett, and he goes straight past Beer. The New South Wales athlete, straight past, and off you go. As you like, 1:52.10 on the clock.
You called it.
I did, I have seen it, but I've seen it firsthand. The last few weeks I've been doing some sessions with him, running some 30, 40-second runs, and tell you what, he is super fit, super fit. We'll do the runs and he'll do another one in between our breaks. So I knew he was going to come in here and run well, and that he did. Down the back straight, he was a little bit out of it, but boy did he finish over the last 200 metres, and a strong last 100 has just put him into that gold medal position, and he's going home with a national title.
What a run there from Brow. He was a good 5 metres off the pace with 200 metres left to go. And you're like, you know what? Watch out for him. He's got something. Man, he absolutely flew home. It was really significant speed change just in that last 80 metres even. And he did it well. And it's not like he had anyone to sit behind. He was leading that chase pack. So he did all the work himself. Yep. Came through, came around, and
that's the thing. The gap between himself and Bennett and Beer was significant enough that literally it's like Beer being on the front.
Yeah.
You're
a whole nother race.
All the work.
Oh, yeah.
You're not trailing off anyone. You're not working off anyone. You're doing it all yourself. And to finish like that, it's impressive. So 169, second attempt. West Australian, again, a lot of these high jumpers are getting the height, just clipping it with the feet, just can't get them over at the moment. But she'll have one more attempt to get herself over. So looks like Naranang has found someone in the crowd, and that person being Mike Barber, the coach and husband of Kelsey Lee Barber.
The newest world champion for Australia.
Down to you, Na.
Yeah, a little bit of microphone issues over there. That's fine.
Sure, there was probably some really good work in there.
I don't think Mike had actually said anything yet anyway. Na was just still talking.
Just doing a big intro.
Yeah.
Some great content thrown out there, ready for a good response. That's all right. She'll have a take two.
Yeah, that's fine. It's part of the game.
All right, we're set for take two with Na down trackside with Mike Barber.
Can you guys hear me? I'm just messing. Take two, I'm down here trackside with Mike, one of my good friends and legends in the sport, coach and extraordinary husband, and I could go on. But tell us a bit about the season and give us one random fact that no one knows about your journey.
Yeah, look, it's been a long season. I got back from Para Worlds 2 weeks ago, so, you know, obviously Kelsey had a great result. World champion's what you dream of, and everything we worked towards the last 5 years, but, you know, it took a lot to get there. We spent 3 months in Europe in the lead up, which is a long time to be away from home, and, you know, at the end of the day, she's a superstar. She was battling some, you know, some niggles that we didn't really tell many people about, but her mental resilience is incredible. And yeah, to come out last throw round 6, that's what you dream about, right, as an athlete. Maybe not so much as a coach. Really probably aged me about 10 years, but it's quite good. Random fact about Kelsey is, far out, she's, she actually tweaked her adductor in the warm-up at World Champs this year. Okay. Yeah, and she didn't tell me until after the competition. So, you know, not only did she come in with a sore shoulder, she also tweaked her adductor. So that's a pretty resilient woman right there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just a champion at heart. Like, she's incredible.
Yeah.
But you just came back 2 weeks ago. What are you doing here in Perth?
So I just love athletics. I'm an athletics nerd now, you know that. So I coach a few kids back in Canberra who are over here competing. So I just had Colby Edo's come 6th in a red hot long jump, and he's got a few more events this weekend. He's a decathlete in the making, which is close to my heart, as you know. And just, you know, looking out, checking out the talent coming through. I've got a role as a national para throws coordinator, so I'm sort of keeping an eye on our next crop of talent. And then doing a talk tomorrow actually about Kelsey's pathway from, you know, couldn't make a state team to world champion.
Yeah. So if someone wants to come to your talk tomorrow, where can they find you?
So we'll be in the grandstand in the boardroom here at the West Australian Athletics Stadium. I kick off at 7:30. It's nice and early. But yeah, I'll just be sharing the story of Kelsey's pathway, talking about, I guess, the decisions she made and sort of the qualities that she possesses that helped her get from, you know, a talented junior athlete to the world champion in what was essentially 10 years.
Incredible. If you're in Perth, make sure you check it out. You won't want to miss it. Thanks so much, Mike.
No worries, nah.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Na. Thanks, Mike. I definitely think that's worth going in and checking out. Rolling out of bed a little bit earlier than normal. Getting out to the track at 7:30. It's pretty early. Thankfully, it's only 10:30 for us over here. It's easy.
Yeah.
I might still be in bed though.
So I'll see you there?
Yeah, guaranteed. Hopefully they're live streaming it. Oh, another great clearance there. And his high jump. Could be getting close to 72.
So I believe that was Madison Wright.
Yeah, that's Wyatt Reed. Now, Trying to see what this bar's set at the moment.
So Katrina Morrow back out onto the high jump. She was out there this morning, and here she is again, just checking the height as it's gone up to make sure it's all correct. As we see Dean Jones from Victoria, a 170 plus jumper on the runway.
And I think we've just gone up to
172.
172.
And failed attempt on the first one there. Not to be.
7.53 metres from Western Australia, Dylan James.
So Olivia Demesh having a crack at 172. And these athletes increasing their C performances. Demesh came in with a 69, sorry, a 68, so she's already cleared 69 here. Erin Shaw now up next. Oh, very close. Dabs, Oceana. Next up from Western Australia. So no one over the bar just yet. Eloise Tolstoff next up. Oh, well, okay.
It was fairly casual.
I didn't think she was jumping then. I thought she was just testing it out. There you go.
So
172, clear on the first.
Goes clear.
Wow.
Puts her in a commanding position.
Yeah, it does.
Because when you get the first clearance, and if no one else goes clear, the chances of someone else going clear on the next height at 175.
Here's our athlete with a built-in springboard. It's getting a bit difficult now as the higher heights come about. Madison right there, not getting it right. We'll see who else is left in this competition at 172. Sophie Anderson. No good on that one.
Yep, not to be. So, Tolstoff.
Yeah, wow.
That could end up being the winning jump.
Had room to spare. on that attempt as well. I think we go back now around to our second attempts.
Yep, so Dean Jones back on the runway from Victoria.
So 7 athletes left, 1 clear. We'll give her another X on that one. I don't know why it still says 1 up there. They're definitely at their second attempts. Olivia Demesh.
Obviously, the scoreboard attendant is working on Eastern Standard Times. Clocked off.
We'll see it in 3 hours. Oh, that was a better attempt by Demesh, but unfortunately, no clearance.
So the West Aussie Dabs.
Medal presentation, victory ceremony for events 39.
Is there no Erin Shaw next?
100 metres. Medals to be presented once again by Bruce Wilson, life member of the Athletics Australia and Athletics WA. In third place, and the bronze medalist in a time of 153.2.
Possibly passing.
From Western Australia, Lachlan Bennett. Second place in the silver medalist in a time of 153.03 from New South Wales, Angus Gear.
Good there from Asiana.
From New South Wales, Ethan Rao.
So it's race walk time, and it is the under 14s up first. They will put the boys and the girls together in this one. And the girls have the first set of hip numbers and the boys will have the second, so we'll run through that one. Hip number 1 will be Jada Stanley from New South Wales. 2, Amber Norton from Queensland. 3, Taya Lawrence from Western Australia. 4 will be Ashanti Heap from Queensland. 5, Ashlyn Spence from Western Australia, and Millie Broughton with hip number 6 from New South Wales. And then we turn to the boys. And in that one, Isaac Beecroft from New South Wales with 7, Alexander Bradley from Queensland in 8, Sam Mikua from Queensland also with 9, Anthony Tanner from South Australia with 10, Marcus Watcom from Victoria with 11, John Rowan, the West Australian in 12, Jack Wright also from West Australia will have hip number 13, Sebastian Young from the ACT with 14, and rounding out the field with hip number 15 will be Oliver Morgan from Tasmania.
So they've combined these. So 2 sets of medals on offer here in this event. The under 16s, they'll go separately, so it'll be the girls under 16 3,000 metres, 7:50 local time, 10:50 p.m. Melbourne time, or daylight savings time. And then the under 16s, that'll go at 8:10 local time, 11:10 p.m. Melbourne time. I just saw at the bottom of the screen, Polly Dean Jones actually missing out her last attempt there. I'll keep an eye on Olivia Demesh. She's next up.
So off the front is Heap for the girls and Rowan for the boys. So racing 2 with this one. 2 West Aussie guys out there. John Rowan, Jack Wright leading the charge at the moment, with Alexander Bradley from Queensland making out that top 3. And then it's Heap and also Broughton from New South Wales, the top 2 for the girls, and looks like Jada Stanley in that 3rd position, just sitting behind that lead pack of 5. Oh, and the officials comes out as a caution. There's another one. So a couple of early cautions already in this 3,000 metre race walk.
Anyone on the bikes, do you think, tonight, or not for a 3K?
Not for this one. There's no pit lane.
Don't think there is for a 3K.
No. So Millie Broughton gone to the front now. Heap goes with her, and then it's back to the boys. There's a few of them there. So in the space of 200 metres, this field's really strung out. There was a pack of about 5, and now they're all in a line. Broughton made the move down the back straight. She's strung them right out. Heap trying to go with it, as is Rowan from Western Australia.
Yeah, if these athletes can keep this pace up and, you know, hopefully not get any cards, that's probably their medalists at the moment. 6 athletes, 3 male, 3 female, with Millie Broughton take light honours over everyone else. Shanti Heap sitting in 2nd place in the race, and in the women's race with John Ronan of WA just up on the shoulder now. So Alexander Bradley just on Ashanti Heap as well, and Jada Stanley and Jack Wright. It's your first 6, but Broughton, she's pushing the pace here in this 3,000 metre walk on the 14s. Under the watchful eyes of our officials down the back straight there. So you'll notice the race walkers don't get a name bib for their race, because of the way the officials do need to spot the athletes a lot quicker, and sometimes the hip numbers are a bit harder to see. They do like to have a big number at the front, so that's why it corresponds with their hip number. So it's easier for them to just write down 6, 7. Especially if they're using a board, which it looks like they might be just there. About 100 metres to go. There's a board there that's letting them know about their warnings, if they are on any or any cards.
So far it's a solid effort from Broughton, from New South Wales.
4 to go. So 1,600 metres left. John Ronan leading the way for the boys. Shanti Heap and Alexander Bradley there, sitting shoulder to shoulder. And then it's Amber Norton just on the tail of Jada Stanley in the girls' race. Hopefully that wind settles down. It's looked like it's been pretty still all evening. But 24 degrees right now. And I'm looking at the forecast for Perth tomorrow. 1 o'clock, 40% chance of rain.
There you go. Wow.
Wow. So it's looking for like a pretty windy morning at 11 and 12, and that's when it all kicks off. Then from 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 40% chance, 30% chance of rain. Well, apparently the humidity right now is at 62% over in Perth.
With the temperature drop, obviously the humidity's gone up.
Yeah,
a bit.
24 degrees. But, wow.
24 degrees, still a good temp. That's a good...
Yeah, that's a good temp. Next week it looks damn hot. So if you're out here for Nitro, 28 and sunny, it's probably the best you could get. Then it goes, if you're staying an extra week in Perth,
you're treated to some special weather.
32, 36, 38, 37, 36, 32. Beautiful. Some awesome minimums out there. Minimum of 24 degrees.
Yeah, that's a nice night. That is a nice night.
It's when you have the aircon in your room set at 23.
So Broughton still leading this race with Ronan leading the boys.
Amber Norton now moved up into the silver medal position.
Yeah, a couple of things have changed now. Just with a couple of those cautions coming out, a few of these athletes just being a little wary of how they're walking. Obviously want to ensure that they don't get 3 reds. Don't want to be disqualified from this.
No, and again, it's like we mentioned earlier, sometimes it is the first time that they have this many officials watching them. And it can be thinking, oh, did I do anything wrong? It's like, no, this is just how it's been.
And the other thing is, a lot of time when these athletes walk, they're walking with judges that know them very well. They see them all the time on a regular basis. Where here, they're coming to walk against or with judges that they've probably never seen before. The judges have never seen them before. So obviously it'd be a very different experience to what they're typically used to. But really Broughton doing a great job off the front at the moment. Really pushing on strong, and it is something that the New South Wales team have got going at the moment, the New South Wales Strong hashtag. So if you're around the stadium over there watching, you take a photo, hashtag
Queensland
New South Wales
Strong, yeah, well done.
New South Wales Strong, and we'll get that up on social media.
NEW SOUTHWALES? It's a long hashtag. Or are you just going with the NSW? That's probably smart.
Yeah, NSW Strong.
Could be a couple of spelling mistakes if you spell the whole state.
So Broughton now coming up to the tail end of the field. Starting to lap some of the competitors out there. And she'll just go straight past. And that's South Australian in Anthony Tanner. So this is top walking here by Broughton. It looks like Millie's going to add herself to a long list of athletes that we've had in this sport that succeed so well as juniors, and obviously they progress through the senior ranks, and the Walks has been such a strong event in Australia with multiple international medals in the event, and it must really be encouraging for the junior athletes coming through, that knowing that the culture, walking culture within Australia is so strong.
Well, there's so many places to go, and you can see winning double gold at the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast, having so many athletes, Katie Hayward, Jemima Montag, Dane Bird-Smith, Ridian Cowley, all out there in Doha, again pushing the pace. And obviously the most recent one as Borton gets the bell there, Katie Hayward, her first crack over 20 Ks. She went to third all time on the list, still only a junior. She's got plenty to give. Unfortunately, getting DQ'd in Doha, 7 Ks in. But tough walking over there.
Oh, the conditions were extremely tough. And that's the thing, the walkers, no endurance athletes probably had to put up with those sort of conditions before in any event.
No.
And the walkers and also the marathoners had to deal with that. And to be honest, credit to them, the way they went out there and they still got the job done. No complaints, just did what had to be done. And, you know, they really sort of showed why they're so good at it, because just through resilience in itself.
Especially the 50K, it's a war of attrition. And because it's such a technical event where you need to keep your technique perfect every single step, and also throw in mind-melting endurance on top of that.
And so many nations actually did a significant amount of studies leading into the event about how to pre-cool, how to post-cool, how to stay cool during the race.
Did you see the German hats?
Yes, the German Legionnaire hats.
Yes.
They had little holes in the top which they could put ice packs into the top of the hat.
Yeah.
And then the Legionnaire flap down the back had little pockets where they could put ice packs in there to keep the neck cool. It was unbelievable.
Oh, it was crazy.
Looked great too.
It did. It really stood out. It was easy to watch as a fan.
Yeah. As we see Millie Borton come down to the finish, where she will take home this title.
Yeah, hopefully a clean sheet once all the cards come in. She's made it past the final official, the chief judge. And we'll see who snags those minor places. A big, big win there. You see our lap scorers working hard. And there we go. It looks like Jada Stanley taking the silver for the girls. Amber Norton. And there's our boys, John Ronan, Alexander Bradley, and Jack Wright. So our first athletes, 3 male, 3 female, all across the line in that under 14 walk. So, if you're wondering, the high jump's actually been paused while this race was underway. So, we're not missing anything. We'll be back to that under 16 girls high jump once this race is fully completed.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm guessing just the spread of athletes across the pitch just made it too difficult for them to actually, and there might be some athletes with their marks actually in lane 1.
Yeah, look, I totally get the reasoning.
Yeah.
Totally get the reasoning and understand why it needed to happen, because it would be logistically hard to run both events at the same time. The judges are right there. They're trying to judge the walkers. And as you said, they're sort of spread out. But essentially, they've been off the runway for over 17 minutes now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, look, to be honest, I don't know. As we see the Queensland have her first attempt and just missing.
Second
that
attempt
one.
there. Tolstoff. Girls are interested to see. So they've really... We left it at 172.
Like
Tolstoff.
She went first clearance on 172. We thought good position. It'd be hard for them to go 175. Now we're at 178 on the second attempt. So lots been happening in this high jump, and looks like the comp's the pointy end of it.
Yeah, so she looks like she's the only athlete left in the competition. One more jump to go for Tolstoff, and we'll try and stick with this.
Join us in the boardroom here at Athletics WA. The boardroom is up here on the concourse. First level of the shooting through the grandstand now. The finish line end of the grandstand. Everyone welcome. Coaches, athletes, parents, everyone wants to be there. Children from White and Saturday morning to head on day 2 of the 2019 Australian Olympic Games.
Looks like it could be Erin Shaw up as well. She came in with a 177. So third attempt for both of these. Oh, a great attempt for her last. And we'll watch Tolstoff now. Probably the most casual approach in the game. Here's Tolstoff. Oh, she's gone clear. 178 on her third.
And all the other competitors,
they're all
up out of
pumped.
their seats.
Definitely go to
Clapping and
182. Eloise, if you can hear me from here, go to 182. Have a crack at the World Junior Qualifier. Why not? So next event on the track, we'll make sure we keep an eye on that high jump to make some moves. This is the under 16 girls 3,000 metre walk. Hip number 1, Ruby Langford of South Australia. Some early warnings there. Barely 200 metres into the race. Annika Clark of Queensland in 2. Vivian Milosevic of Queensland in 3. Ellie DeSalis, New South Wales in 4. Brooke Mortimer, WA 5. Hannah Doyle, 6 WA. Eliza Grace Thompson, Victoria in 7. Kayla Hekula Dobovic from Victoria in 8. Alexandra Griffin in 9 from WA. Tara Latham, New South Wales in 10. Mackenzie Offield, Queensland 11. Elizabeth McMillan, New South Wales in 12. Caitlin Hodgkinson, 13 from WA. Emma Thomas, New South Wales 14. And Jada Anderson, Queensland in 15.
Number 6 from Western Australia, Canada Wood, and number 7 from Victoria, Eliza Grace Thompson.
So strong start here by some of these athletes, but as you saw after the start, about 200 metres in, both of them, bang, caution, caution.
Yeah. And that's just the stress of, I just want to be in the front. I want to be at the front now. And I just can't see what we've got that high jump. Looks like 180.
And that was one of probably our most experienced walks judges in Zoe from South Australia. She's just down there.
Well, I think she's the chief judge. The judge in the home straight is the boss. So Tolstoff set the bar at 180.
I'm just on 4 at the moment, mate. No worries, mate.
herself and Kirsten Mitchell are probably the two walks judges that we have within Australia that both do international events. But we're going to cut back to the high jump where we see Tolstoff.
Oh!
She didn't listen. She went the 180.
I know. Just have a crack. But fair enough. If it's a brand new PB.
Yep. I'm all for it. Go the 180. Get your PB. Get the 180.
Go 82 if you're feeling good. That's the thing though, you're going to have a lot of jumps in your legs. So say she makes 80. You've got 3 more jumps in your legs potentially.
Yeah, but she did have a break.
She did. Quite a long time, I'd say.
So she's fresh, ready to go.
Maybe. Maybe. Well, that's why we're not high jump coaches. We're over here, they're over there. So she'll have plenty of time between her jumps, being the only athlete left in the competition. Isn't made her way back out there yet. See, that looks like Jada Anderson, Queenslander, with the lead so far. Elizabeth McMillan from New South Wales in second place.
This needs a crane, Darcy.
5 laps to go. 2Ks. Tolstoff, here she goes, second attempt, 180. Oh, that was a better attempt. So Jada Anderson really turning the screw on this field. Little issue at the start. Hasn't really reared his head again. McMillan still in second place. And Tolstoff, she'll have one more attempt if she chooses to use it. Four to go. So 1,600 metres left. Tolstoff. No, I think the fatigue just crept in there. But clearance of 178. She's taking the win in that under 16 girls high jump for Queensland. They've now won the 18s and the 16s. Some great jumping there from the Queenslanders.
So Jada Anderson, just there on the screen, doing well. Leading this field, and it's got a good gap. So the rest of the field are going to have to do a lot to try and catch Anderson. She's charging through the back end of this field, lapping some of these athletes as well, so really showing her class and quality out here in this 3,000 metre race walk. So we see them go around with what is pretty good conditions, as we've spoken about before.
Yeah, not a breath of wind out there.
No, so not bad for an evening walk, I'd say. Balmy conditions. Zero wind.
Zero wind. Yeah, basically nothing out there at all.
Yep. Finish up, go off to the local store, get yourself an ice cream and enjoy the evening. But
would love an ice cream right now.
Jada Anderson, walking super strong. She went past a teammate in Milosevic. And she'll come down.
2 to go.
Not many. As we said, strong walking from Anderson. The rest of the field really trailing in behind. So it's hard to try and keep up. Once they start lapping other athletes, then it starts to get hard to try and follow along with who's there. But you'd probably say New South Wales athletes down there, and then the West Australian will be 2 and 3. But they've got about 90 metres or more to try and peg back on Anderson in 2 laps, which is not going to happen. So the only way Anderson is not going to walk home with the title this evening will be if she doesn't get through with a clean race. But she's looking good and strong, and we haven't seen any cautions come out except for that first one in the early stages of the race where herself and another athlete from New South Wales would line out of the guns, and bang, bang, the 2 cautions came out. But just after that, she settled in.
Adrenaline boost at the start.
She got into a rhythm, and it's been fairly smooth sailing from then on. And she'll come back down past the chief judge for the second last time. No caution.
And Jada's also the younger age as well in this event. So she can be back here again. 2020 for the All Schools champs in the under-16s. She gets the bell. Just a tick under 12 minutes when she crossed the line.
So 300 metres left to walk for Queensland's Jada Anderson. There's the bell lap down the bottom of the screen for both the New South Wales athlete and the West Australian. Not much between them, so that battle for the silver and the bronze medal is still on. But no doubting our winner out in front. I say the winner, but I'm saying it early, and I'm confident with it too.
Well,
don't even mind. I'm happy to say it. Doing it. Jada Anderson's going to walk away with the gold. She's been super strong. The technique has been spot on. It's one of those things with the events is that if you're in this position in a 3,000 metre run event, you'd celebrate. You could celebrate from here. You're just looking around, just, you know, waving the crowd, doing your thing. But in a race walk, you do need to be switched on all the way through to the end. Because in the end, you're still doing something that requires a technique and to hold form. And you can't sort of let that up at all, any point in the race. So she moves out to 2 to signify that she is finishing. And she comes down, takes line honours, and more than likely the gold medal.
I'd have to say pretty confidently gold. As long as nothing comes in from the officials, should be pretty comfortably sorted with that gold. You see a few more of our athletes have a couple more laps to go. There's McMillan. And it looks like Alexandra Griffin, or 1, 2 and 3 now, all across the line in this under 16 girls 3,000 metre walk. So one more walk left on the program before we head to our 200 metres.
So as we watch the final stages of that race walk, we do cut out to the para long jump, which is underway on the back straight. And there are 11 competitors out there in the under 16 girls, along with 4 in the under 18s.
So big jump for Turner. This looks like Summer Giddings next up. So we saw her in the 8. She's doubling up in the long jump.
Looks like she's had her hair done for the occasion as well, with the braids. So I was having a cheeky listen to the in-ground announcer earlier, just trying to find out how the results went in the para girls 800 metres, and Summer Giddings did walk away with a bronze medal in that one.
Very nice.
So Summer technically has 2 classifications. She's a T35, but she can also be a T12.
Yes, I did see her walk off with a...
Or is it T13? It's one of the 2.
Yeah.
But competes under the T35 classification.
Saskia Newman.
It is. And now it's Caitlin Sharp's turn on the runway from Victoria. Has the biggest jump out of all the competitors in this under-18 field, with 496. And what can she bring to the table here in this round? So this is a high quality official team out here. As you can see there on the laptop, one and only Brian Rowe.
He always knows how to find his way onto a TV screen.
He does.
Whether it be a All Schools or a World Champs, he knows what they're filming. Yeah, we can see you, Brian. Hey,
wave to the crowd, wave to all the fans back home.
And the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that was our final. Walker crossing the line. Great to see all the girls still hanging around till all the athletes made it. So while we've got a bit of a break in the program, let's hear from some of our partners for the 2019 Australian All Schools Championships.
At Coles, we're proud to be a major partner of Athletics Australia and Little Athletics Australia. To celebrate the partnership, we're donating millions of bananas to Aussie athletes and providing equipment grants to Little Athletics centres across the country. They're just some of the ways that we're helping support Australian athletes run, jump, throw and grow this season. Good things are happening at Coles.
It's time for the 2019 All School Championships, where athletes from all over Australia have arrived in Western Australia for a chance to become national champion. One of my fondest memories was in 2010, where I ran in the Swedish relay, and that was my introduction to relays on a national scale. Make sure you make the most of your trip to WA. Visit the Athletics WA website for special offers to discover Perth, Rottnest Island, WA Southwest, and much more.
Well, they snuck this one by us.
We're back for the under-16 boys 3,000 metre race walk, and there's 10 athletes out there in this one, so we'll quickly run through the hip number order for this field. So from Victoria, we've got Owen Costin in 1, from WA, Jackson Kramer in 2, 3 from New South Wales is Adam Dixon, also from New South Wales, Harry Dundon in hip number 4. In hip number 5, Lachlan McCure from Queensland. 6 Bishira Nomar from RIS. 7, Kai Norton from Queensland. 8, Jack Robson from New South Wales. 9, Seth Wasson from Queensland. And rounding out the field from New South Wales, Mark Westcott. So you can see 3 of the New South Wales athletes out there in that lead bunch.
Under 18 discus.
So once they come around, we'll get a sight of their hip numbers.
21 athletes competing up there, so it'll be an intriguing competition. Opening up for South Australia, it'll be live from Victoria. Jim Vanderlyn.
Looks like Jack Robson, New South Wales, number 8 out in front. But yeah, I don't know if I believe it, because I've got a 1 on the Queenslander there, and my start list currently has a Victorian in 1. So this might be quite difficult to work with. Possibly a sneaky late entry.
So
here we go. So it's Kai Norton in the 1 there. It looks like Harry Dundon in the 800. In the 8 number. Go back to 6, Adam Dixon of New South Wales and Jack Robson. See your first 4 at the moment. We got there.
So, in other words, the start list I read out before, ignore it. Don't bother with it.
It's the same people.
It's the same people, just the wrong numbers. So, Norton with 1, Costin 2, Wasson 3, Westcott 4, Kramer 5, Dixon 6, Nayar 7, Dundon 8, Robson 9, and McCure 10. That is the actual list of the athletes out there. And you can see Norton and also Dundon from New South Wales, 1 and 2. And then it's Dixon and also Robson in 3 and 4. Then we go back to McCure in 5 and also Wasson in 3.
So it's still Dundon out in front. Kai Norton. Just on his tail.
So Dundon still leading the charge out there with Norton and also Dixon in behind him. Bit of a race in 3 developing. And 2 other athletes that were up there previously now starting to drop back a little bit in Robson and also Wasson. But it's these 3 leading the charge at the moment. It'd be interesting to see how it goes when athletes are sitting side by side with such a height difference, and whether you can sort of fall into someone else's rhythm.
Yeah, it is interesting, especially when, you know, for the judges as well, where, you know, they're watching every stride. It is easy when they're all separate, but when they're so close, and with the Queenslander kind of in the middle of the other's strides, he's probably assisting the New South Wales athletes by being on the outside. As I say that, he falls into behind both of the New South Wales athletes, but I did hear, talking to Dane Bird-Smith, that there's been a tactic going around a lot of the walkers really focusing on cadence and turning their legs over really fast. So, you know, at night, effectively turns into a blur.
Yeah.
And how do you visually judge something that's moving so fast? And it's a common tactic that's being used now by a lot of the 20K walkers.
A lot of them are doing it.
Yeah.
And Dane's one of those ones refused to do it.
So no.
He won't change the way he walks. He won't change his stride. He won't change his cadence. He sticks to what he knows and what he does best.
Yeah, and well, it works.
You commend him for it.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those things where I have a hard time with it. If your rationale and reasoning for doing it is to make it blurry so the judges can't see you do something wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right.
It doesn't sit well with me a little bit. So, which is why, you know, Dane is a top bloke. And that shows right there. He looks at it and goes, well, I'm not going to do that.
No.
I don't need to mask what I do, because what I do it right.
Yep.
And I do it well, and I'm going to keep doing that.
Yeah.
You do you, Dane.
He's doing it.
So Norton's starting to drop off a little bit now, as Dundon and Dixon move away with 3 laps to go in this event. Wasson starting to make his presence felt, working his way up to Norton. But the 2 New South Wales athletes going strong. When I say strong, I mean hashtag New South Wales strong.
Yep. As you say that, Dixon making a move around the outside as sort of Dundon takes a little peek down. Dixon tried to catch him by surprise, but Dundon responded. And it's going to be tough walking if you're just going to sit on the shoulder of that athlete just there for the next 2.5 laps.
So Dixon starts to make a little bit of a move now. Takes his turn at the front. Dundon now just sits in behind him. Nope. Goes back up to the shoulder. Didn't like that. Said, no, I'm happy sitting here next to you. I don't want you to be in front.
Yeah,
let's just do this together. Side by side.
They are side by side. Probably Dixon just a little bit in front there. It's been a big move from the back though.
Lachlan McCure.
Been biding his time.
It's come from a long way back, gone straight past Norton, and he's working his way up. And his stride is a lot bigger, but slower than the 2 athletes in front. So maybe he's shades of Dane Bird-Smith.
Oh, he's a Queenslander.
So he may have been out there watching the videos in the backyard, just going, well, Dane does it, I'll do it.
Hashtag Dane does it.
Dane did it.
And he's walked his way right into the gold medal position with 700 metres left to go in this under 16 3,000 metre race walk. He looks over his shoulder. Dixon's responding though. He's trying to go. But McEwen's got all the speed in him.
And you can see, even though there's not much difference in height between the two, the stride length is significant. And Dixon is trying to keep up, but he just has to have the cadence up too much. And there you see, he gets a caution.
Norton still keeping himself in the picture though. As they come around, Surya Nayar, the Raffles Institution Singapore athlete. So unfortunately, gets a red just as the camera cuts.
So it's unfortunate to see, but in the end, there's rules to this event, and you have to abide by them. As McEwen comes down,
he'll get the belt with a massive move he made coming into 2 to go.
Looking good. He has a cheeky look over the shoulder just to see where the others are. But he's got a significant gap over the others.
Oh, now Dundon. He's on the shoulder of Dixon.
Yeah, but both these two, they've had a couple of yellow paddles presented to them in the last 400 metres, so they really do have to be careful, because you wouldn't want to let this go on the last lap of the 3,000 metre race walk. They've been walking so brilliantly up until this point, so I want to stay with it, trust their technique, don't get involved in too much of a race, even though they're fighting for medals, a silver and a bronze, because you'd probably say McEwen, that lead and the speed that he's currently going is too much for Dundon and Dixon to make up. But well, I think we're going to see a bit of a ding-dong battle down the straight with Dixon and Dundon.
Well, let's hope, alliteration aside, that they can stay relaxed and, you know, not receive any of those paddles. We see Dundon's really turned it up a gear. He's got himself in a good position now away from Dixon. McEwen, that stride, he's lost a little bit of the cadence as he comes into the home straight, but he's holding on. And McEwen's going to take the gold here, but anything from the officials. 14:21:44. As Dundon now crosses the line, we should have Dixon next. And Kai Norton. So there's our first 4 athletes across the line in that under 16 3,000 metre race walk.
But strong move from McEwen with a few laps to go. As we see Levante Suomai into the circle.
Oh, a good throw. And that should be just around the 49 metre mark, knowing what we saw earlier. Probably a little bit too much height on that one. She has thrown 53.50 only last weekend. A brilliant throw-up from Queensland. And she'll be in the box seat for that World Under-20 competition next year. She's the sole qualified athlete. Meet record 53.96. That's in. It's within reach of Levante. She's got a 53.80 PB, and with a 53.50 last week, she might be able to improve on that one. Looks like Chloe Van in the circle now.
It looks like Lauren Smith will be the next competitor into the circle. What has Lauren got here in this round? Just misses the release on that one.
There are 12 athletes across the 2A brackets. Of course, they're all competing in different categories, so the MDS table will decide who gets the medals. And the under 16 is Matthew Taylor from Queensland, Reese Higgins from Victoria, Jackson Love from New South Wales, Daniel Pretorius from Queensland, Nathaniel Huffman from the ACT, Marcus Nolan from New South Wales, Julian Miller from Western Australia, and in the under 18s, boys long jump para.
Gets some height on that one, but just unfortunately comes straight down. And the conditions being interesting for this one, obviously with no wind to speak of at the moment, so not being able to utilise any sort of headwind with this discus. As we see Sutton from Victoria, she's the next into the circle. Just gets that inside the sector. So that one will count. So Silmai, definitely the class athlete in this field. Only one to go over the 50-metre mark on seeds. Next best is Kanapka from Victoria. Fortuno from New South Wales. She's a 40-metre thrower. And next into the circle will be Sally Shockery.
Yeah, very talented athlete, Shockery. Went to Youth Olympic Games. She just pipped Levante Silmai at the Melanesian Champs in 2018 and basically meant the winner went, and she got to go to Buenos Aires. They're pretty good mates too, Silmai and Shockery.
Discus really didn't come out of the hand very well there at all from Shockery. You could see it as soon as it came out, it wasn't flat, just went straight upright, and that makes it super difficult to get any sort of distance out of the discus. But still early stages in this event, so she'll have a number of throws still to come I wouldn't say she'd be too worried about that one. So McCormick just suffers the same fate as Shockery in that one.
Yeah, not sure what's actually happening out there with these throws.
Yeah, none of these athletes are able to get any sort of distance on these throws at the moment.
So next in the circle will be Sian Parker, South Australia.
Western Australia, Alexander Griffin. Second placement is the silver medal at the time of 14:18:59 from New South Wales, Elizabeth McMillan.
That one out of the sector
First placement of the gold medal,
for Parker.
2019 from Queensland at the time of 13:56.
And here's our first of two timed finals here in our 200 metres. We go from the inside in lane 1 from Victoria, Jennifer Lim in... Looks like there's no one in lane 2. Lane 3 from Tasmania, Bianca Taglieri. In 4 from Northern Territory, Talia Smith. Well, no. Not sure what's happening there. There's no one in 2, no one in 1. There we go. Amali Kinsella from Queensland in 6. Georgia Lynch, Northern Territory, and Proudfoot. Honey Proudfoot on the outside. Chloe Smith in lane 4, who on my start list is in lane 4 of heat 2. So I don't know what's happening here.
First of 2 time finals. On your mark.
So we're racing here from the inside. It's Lim, Taglieri, Smith, Chloe Smith, Kinsella, Lynch and Proudfoot. The Queenslander Amali Kinsella leading this field into the home straight. And she's looking strong, running away from the field. She's going to take line on us here in the first of our 200 metres. Crossing the line. 26:12. The unofficial winning time there for the Queenslander.
Time is officially 26:10.
26:10 for Kinsella.
The second of the 2 finals. The draw for the Betham. Lane 3 from Queensland. Marissa Hanlon.
It's empty.
Lane 4 from Western Australia, Sienna Phillips.
So Grace Collins from Queensland in the circle.
Line 6 from Victoria.
We'll have Isabella Strover and Olivia Pinto to round out first throws. 21 athletes in the field. So 26:10 is the time to beat in our timed finals. So from the inside, it looks like it's Phyllis, Beetham, Hanlon, Smith, Scollier, Kelly, Murphy and Dodds. Chelsea Scollier, she was the star of the show last year in the 100. But here comes Grace Kelly and Ellen Murphy from New South Wales. A great run from Tamita Beetham in the inside. It's going to be Beetham, though, over the later stages. She's going to take the win here. 25.09, so that's the title for Tamita Beetham. Eased her way around the bend. She took the win comfortably. Yeah, great run there from Beetham. Scollier fighting hard. Murphy on the outside for the minor places, but Beetham takes the win there from Murphy and Scollier. And I think, well, that's where we'll see our medalists. So at the top of round 2 now, Caitlin Young, South Australia. Emily Ryan now. She's a 40+ metre throw up.
So Vendelin from West Australia. Well, based on her seed, that's actually a pretty good throw. She came in with 29.43, and that's well over that mark. As we head to the first of the 2-time finals, the under 14 boys. Off and away, so from the inside, it's Lim, Hang, Berry, Chan, Outram, Murray and Sealander with Smith on the outside of that. And on the inside is Outram from the ACT running on strongly. Sorry, that was Berry from the ACT. The South Australian in Murray's trying to fight on. But this is Berry's race. He's running away with this one. Storming home to take line honours, 23.07.
Jeez.
Sets that up nicely. So he will definitely be one to watch in this one. Streaked away from the rest of the field as he came down the straight. There was no doubting him and his ability. So you'd probably say his seed time may have been a bit off. Maybe he didn't enter one.
I think so. He's run so fast his back bib's fallen off. He's actually probably come from the under 14 long jump that was just before, where he doesn't need to wear a back bib. And they didn't tell him to put it back on. And second in that race was the South Australian that we met at Hobart during ALAC, Jean Mai.
Jean Mai.
Mai. And the athletes, they do get, for ALAC, a little box to fill out about, you know, their likes, dislikes, their life, da-da-da. Jean, his had honestly probably one of the best and easiest ways to pronounce the name. And it was fantastic. It made life so much easier. It's what you wish for.
Yeah.
Pronunciations.
It helps.
Now look, let us know. If we're saying things wrong, we'll probably keep saying them wrong unless you correct us.
Yeah, because we'll think we're getting it right.
Yeah.
That was Chloe Van from the ACT. So this is Lauren Smith from South Australia into the circle for a second attempt. Fortunately, that one is out of sector, so it won't count. And we'll be set for the second of the two-time finals in the under 14 boys. And the lineup from the inside: Tagaloa from Queensland. In 2 will be McLeod from Tasmania. 3, McCann from Queensland. 4 will be Busuttil from Victoria. 5, Taylor, New South Wales. Kankratok, 6 in Victoria. Coles, 7 from New South Wales. And Deuce from Western Australia in 8. So underweight, strong start there by Liam Coles from New South Wales. He's chasing Deuce on the outside. The Victorian in the middle, Busuttil, is running on very strongly. He'll lead him into the straight. On the inside is the Queensland Tagaloa. But it is Busuttil from Victoria who is going to run away with this one. We'll have to wait for the time. Watch the clock. It looks quick. 23.12. So depending on the rounding of this, it looks like Max Berry from the ACT is going to take out this title.
Wow.
So we're going to have to wait for the official results to come through on this one because of the roundings. We're not quite sure. Berry crossed with 23.07. Busuttil crosses with 23.12. So not much between them. And the roundings have gone up and down throughout the night. It's not like it's consistent.
Shockery now back in for her second throw. I'm sure she'll look to improve on her first round attempt. Oh, much better throw. Yeah, there we go. She did come in with a 44. Definitely gonna be further than that. Oh, bit of a sigh of relief, I think, when she came out of. Got that one going. She probably went straight over to Levante, her close rival and best mate. Now, I'm not really getting much in ways of results here. Not getting much even from the 14 girls. Crope now in the circle.
So with the girls, it looks like Demeter Beetham was first, 25.07. Ellen Murphy from New South Wales second with 25.20, and Chelsea Scollier was third with 25.36. So it was the top three in that second of two-time finals.
And some excellent seeding in those races.
But we'll wait to see what happens with the under-14 boys, and we'll try and find out how that's going.
Yeah, next event on the track, it'll be two-timed finals for the girls under 16 para 200 metres. I might just feel like we're falling a little bit behind time at the moment. 16 para is due to go at 8:47 local time, which would have been 11:47 here. So it's definitely cooled down without changes made to the program today. It's been a long day out there for a lot of these athletes.
Certainly has.
Officials, team management.
Everyone involved.
I do like that technique from Rossi, easing the thumbs up style. I once got, when I did snowboarded for the first time, I think you look at your thumb and wherever you looked was where you snowboarded, so they were just like use your thumb to guide you. And I'm not, honestly, I think that's what she was using, just to help her guide her around the spin, to keep everything in line as it came around.
So Fernandez from Western Australia, what has she got here in this round? Not super fast through the circle, but once she decides to release, she really does throw that arm around. And that'll be close to her seed of 34.39. As we see Alicia Pearson now entering into the circle. What has Pearson got Unfortunately, into the netting on that one. But we do have some results through from the 200.
He did it.
And Max Berry has taken out the title in that first of the two-time finals from the ACT in 23:07. And Max Bustertil from Victoria, 23:10. So 3/100ths of a second behind. And Harrison McLeod from Tasmania taking out the bronze medal with 24:00. So there you go. So we're underway in this para 200 metres as we see them come around the bend into the straight. Queenslander there running on super strong. Maybe Kerwin, Northern Territory athlete in Babora, is running on nicely as well, as is the New South Wales athlete in the middle, Marley Lovell. But Queenslander will take the win there.
So Lavaro Kerwin there taking the win and line honours. Lavaro Kerwin doing a brilliant work on that bend to stay strong. Again, obviously crossing the line first, not necessarily guaranteed to get yourself a medal. So in the circle, it's Isabella Strover.
Just over here, let's get these really good.
Taking the top of the girls under 16 meters. From New South Wales lane 2, Victoria Simpson, and from New South Wales lane 3, Sarah Clifton.
Now our second of the races, it looks like we've got Trevena Clifton Bly and Victoria Simpson. And on the inside, Victoria Simpson having a great push around the bend. She's going to lead this into the home straight. Clifton Bly in a second. They are obviously different class athletes, T32 and T54. And it's going to be Victoria Simpson taking line honours here in this 200 metres in wheelchair 200. With Clifton Bly not too far away. There we go, crossing the line. Looks like Emily Ryan out there. Looks like we'll go into Vanderlind and then Levante Sourmite the next two throwers. So hopefully we get to see Levante and see what she can produce after we saw Sally Shockery get a big one out there.
So Van der Linde back into the circle for the third round. So not as good as her previous throw, when she was out in the mid-30s. And coming up next on the track will be the first of the three-time finals for the under-16 girls 200 metres. And your lineup from the inside in one will be... Before we go there, we will stay with Levante Suamai in this discus throw. What has she got in this third round? So fast
very
through
quick.
the circle. So fast. And that's a...
All business, Levante.
Well, I don't want to say it. It looks like a plus 50. But the way we've been, it's been shocking. So, in this 200, it is Senge Kezai in 2, Clara Steinhauser 3, Alicia Ockerby 4, Olivia Truman 5, Layla Watson 6, Amy Campbell 7, and Ella Day 8. And we are underway, and it's the Victorian in Ockerby having the better of the bend at the moment, along with the other Victorian in Watson. The Tasmanian Campbell on the outside's trying to fight on, but it's Ockerby and also Watson, the two Victorians charging down the straight. They're after times. They want to make sure this is quick. Ockerby, she saw Berry do it. She's going to try and do it here herself. She'll cross the line first. Watch the time. 26.26 is the time to beat for these girls in the under-16. So Ockerby, she gets to sit at the top of the podium at the moment.
Yeah.
Wait for these next two-time finals.
Got that gold right now.
As we saw Max Berry do it from the ACT. Took an unsuspecting win. Can Alicia Ockerby do the same?
Chloe Van in the circle now. Oh, as the clock ticks to a new day here in Melbourne. It's currently still Friday in the stream that we are currently watching. So let's let everyone know we are in the future right now.
Yep. Hello from the future.
December 7, it's beautiful already. It's been a great December 7.
Feel like Marty McFly.
We're streaming from a DeLorean right now, actually.
As we see Lauren Smith back into the circle for her third throw. Gets that out one, it's in the sector this time, which is good. But we are breaking ground here. Has a live stream ever taken place in another day?
I don't think it has. This is uncharted territory.
We don't even know what's going to happen.
No. I don't want to ruin anything for everyone.
It's like when the clock ticked over from 1999 to 2000. No one knew.
No one knew.
So if you're up watching this in the east with your hot chocolate and some cookies, tuning into the stream, welcome.
So we're away here from the inside. It's Felsch, Woodward, Calvert, Ajulo, Hanson, Threadingham and Hills. Leilani Hill, she won the 200-metre hurdles earlier today. Lillian Hanson on the inside having a great run, as well as the Julo from the ACT. So it's the Julo out in front. Hills, watch her to come home fast. Hanson trying to hold on to Julo, but here comes Leilani Hills. She's going to take the win here in the second race. 25:35, so significantly faster. And Hills, who broke Sally Pearson state record for Queensland, she will take the line on us there, and she's moved right to the top of the podium. Big day for Leilani Hills. Basically first event, last event. She's bookended the championship here on Friday. Now, we weren't missing an athlete on the outside. Looks like we were supposed to have Hannah Cote in 8 or 9. Sorry, didn't see her. So maybe she'll appear in the final heat. I don't know.
No, she just must have been a non-starter, because we've got 8 starters in the next one.
Is there?
There is 9 lanes.
Yeah.
But they haven't really been using one too often in these two.
No.
As we see Sally Shockreep back into the circle once again for this third round. What can she produce? Can she get out there near Suomai?
I think just a little bit too much height on that one.
As we turn to the third and final time final for the under-16 girls 200 metres. So inside it's McMillan, Groves, Wardrobe, Inkster, Wright, Turner, Hanlon and Taylor. Fairly even through the first initial stages. You'd probably say Hanlon with the better of the bench. He's gone up to the stagger of Taylor on the outside. In the inside it is Inkster trying to fight on. So it is Wardrobe, but it is Hanlon coming through now. It's going to be close on the line. Dip there. Woo. The New South Wales athlete. And it looks like Inkster has taken it 24-5. So these heats got significantly quicker each time.
Yes, some beautiful
Just knocking
seeding.
a second off.
Yeah, almost to a T.
So Olivia Inkster taking line honours and the win, with Monique Hanlon from Queensland fighting home for that silver medal. You'll say the top 3 in that one will probably be the podium.
Oh, I think so. 25:35 was the other medal. Or the winner of the second heat, sorry. And we've got some cooperative start lists now.
It's nice.
It is very nice. So the next event on the track, it'll be the under-16 para boys 200 metres. Again, split into ambulant and wheelchair. Looks of this start list, we'll have the ambulant athletes first. And then our wheelchair athletes is Sophie Rossetti. There's the thumb. She's pumped with that one too. Oh, a high five goes down. I'd like to see a good board spin from that official there.
Love a board spin.
32.89 is what she came in with.
What have we got?
Keep going. Spinning it out.
Come on.
Oh, 34.75. Almost a 2 metre best there.
So no wonder she's happy.
Cassidy Fernandez.
So Alicia Pearson from New South Wales. Fortunately, just getting that one out to the left of the sector. So that will be a foul there. Her third attempt. Conway Mortimer getting that out there. So comes in with a seat of 25.91. It's now time for Grace Collins. And to the para boys 200 metres. Recalled on that one. So there'll be two-time finals in this one also. Green card on that. So from the inside it'll be Nathaniel Halpin from the ACT. Then Caleb Russell from Queensland, Luke Small, New South Wales, Ryan Saba for Queensland, Warwick Holmes, New South Wales, Dylan Madonica from New South Wales, and Julian Miller from Western Australia. And underway in this one, great start there by Miller from the outside. West Australian, the two Queenslanders running on nicely in Russell and also Saba. Halpin from the ACT, he's there as well. But it is Russell leading the charge at the moment. Halpin's trying to come at him, as is Saba. They're the three in the track at the moment. But Russell still holding on, but here comes Halpin. Oh, unfortunately, Russell goes down just metres before the line.
He's still got his shoulders across the line. So that counts as a run. He will be given a time. Didn't lose him any positions.
So we still got Mendonça and also Small to come across the line, and there they are. So again, we speak about this with the para-athletes. We have to wait for all athletes to finish the performances put into the MDS to determine who will be the eventual winner. A strong running there from Halpin from the ACT.
Yeah, really just bided his time. Some quick running there from Sava too. They're 38 athlete, the T38 athlete. Probably didn't cost Russell a lot there, I'd say. Though, honestly, no one wants to fall over.
No.
So.
No, but credit to Halpin taking line honours in that one.
I've only got 2 athletes on my start list, so an extra athlete on the outside. So Warwick Holmes was seated in the first race accidentally, and shouldn't have been. So now he's in this one. So from the inside, it's Elijah Palmer of Queensland, Cormac Ryan of New South Wales, and then on the outside, Warwick Holmes. So they are racing. So again, from the inside, it's Elijah Palmer of Queensland, Cormac Ryan of New South Wales, and right on the outside, it's Warwick Holmes. So Warwick Holmes is a T34 athlete on the outside. Cormac Ryan, a T54, and he's powering down the home straight. And Elijah Palmer, T53. And a great push there from Cormac Ryan to take line honours. Next you'll see Warwick Holmes. The bottom of your screen, there he is. And then final athlete to come through. Plenty of teamwork there.
So it's now time for the under-16 boys 200 metres. And again, 3-time finals in this one. So we run through the lineup. So Darren Coe from RIS in 2. Danish Ashrik Mokhtar from RIS will be in 3. Phoenix Bateman from the ACT. There he's on screen in 4. Jacob Vanderkoof from Tasmania in 5. Kyle Briggs, the South Australian, in 6. Hayden Crowe, another South Aussie. He'll be running out of 7. And then a second ACT athlete in Anthony Isaacs, who will be in lane 8. Anything can happen in these time finals, as we've seen tonight. So majority of them have been seeded fairly well, but there's been a couple that have slipped through the cracks. Sometimes it's hard to judge them off season's performances because a lot of them have come from their state or territory championships, where not always are the athletes performing at their best. It could be a number of reasons, multiple events that they're competing in, which means the seeding can be a little off sometimes. And we saw that with Max Berry, where he ran from the Solitine final to take home the gold medal by just 3/100ths of a second. So he's given hope to all these other athletes to try and get themselves up onto the podium. And can one of these athletes in these time finals do the same, do a Berry? That's what it's going to be this weekend. Can they do a Berry? So many puns to come out of that. They do it, very likely.
Well, we're going to try and bury them.
From inside, it's Coe, Mokhtar, Bateman, Vanderkoof, Briggs, Crowe and Isaacs. And the South Aussies in Briggs and Crowe leading the charge at the moment. ACT, Bateman and Vanderkoof from Tasmania are trying to come through now, but it's the two South Australians going stride for stride, head to head. Briggs and Crowe. Crowe gets the better of Briggs and he'll take line honours. 23:38 is the time set so far. But Crowe gets bragging rights over Briggs in that one. They came into the straight fairly even. Just in the final stages, Crowe starts to move away from Briggs. Briggs just tightening up a little bit, but Crowe staying relaxed, getting that line honours, and gets to sit in the chair.
Yeah, he's in. He's in prime position.
Currently he's coming first place.
Currently. So we're into our final throwers here. Rebecca Sutton for Victoria, leading it out. Now, just as we've only got like a few more races to go. We are up to the last page of our start lists. The boys under 16s with 3 races in there. Probably 1 in that under 18 paras. 3 there, 2 there, 3 there. Now, for those of you watching at home, you might see the back straight just slowly fill up with a few extra athletes. Now, if you've ever been to Perth and do a track competition, a Walmart track, what is it, about a 5-minute walk? Maybe a 6-minute walk?
Oh, that's pushing it. It's not that far.
3-minute walk.
3 minutes, I'll give you that.
Okay, it's a 3-minute walk. It's honestly, it's one of the greatest grass tracks you'll ever see. It's the UWA Fields, amazing grass track, but sprinklers are on. They must come on at 9:25, so no one can warm up. So the in-ground announcer, you know, reacting to the fluid nature of athletics. Sorry guys, sprinklers can't warm up. Come and use the back straight. So thankfully, you could already see some athletes out there. That's Prosper Nwoko, he's in the under 18s. And this probably is, you know, if they're running in probably 30 minutes or so, this is the prime time to, it's actually an advantage. They actually get to hit the track. So it's prime time to get those spikes on and do a couple of fast runs.
I don't know how much of an advantage it is, because
it's not everyone else gets to do it as well.
But also the quality of McGillivray is to that point where you don't really notice the difference too much.
Well, you would when the sprinklers are on.
Maybe when the sprinklers are on.
Now, you've had some experience with the sprinklers coming on just random times during competition.
Yeah.
We'll get to that after this next race. So from the inside, it's Penfold, Gisso, Gyeongsmang, John Jimmy, Bridson, Doolan, Braithwaite and Beck. So this is our second of 3 timed finals. Fairly even. Looks like Elf and John Jimmy having the best of the bends. He's up on the shoulder of Max Bridson from Tasmania. But as they come into the home straight, Gabe Doolan just having a good little bend there. Ryan Braithwaite, those out in front, the Victorian on the outside. The West Australians trying to chase him back, Doolan, but Braithwaite, he's looking strong. He's holding the form and he's going to take the win there. Big dip on the line, 22.77. So he is now in the box seat.
Moves into the chair.
Into the chair.
See you later, Crow. It's my turn to sit in the seat.
Yep. Move along. Now, back to the sprinklers, Ben.
Yeah. So, New South Wales 3,000 metre state championship title.
Pretty important event.
Pretty important event. Hundreds of people there.
Yeah.
Events
down to
going
what?
on.
J division.
They're going around, 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 around.
As they do.
Next thing you know, boom, sprinklers come on. As we quickly go back to Levante Suamai in the 4th and final round here in this under 18 women's discus throw.
Oh, just coming out early, unfortunately. Still a good throw. Took out the 60-metre mark. And that was a 50-metre plus throw because it landed next to the marker.
We actually know that.
We can finally see that. But that is the end of the competition there. And yeah, those sprinklers. The most unfortunate thing, I saw it on the live stream. There was a sprinkler head pointed directly at the infield photo finish camera. Of all the places.
Of all the places. So yeah, they came on in stages. We weren't expecting them to come on, and they came on in stages. And there was one moment we knew they were coming. We just didn't know when or where they were, because they had top dressed the grass. You couldn't actually tell where the sprinklers were. So we were trying to go along to discover where they were, and it took us forever to try and find them. There's many that we couldn't find. So next thing you know, we've got sandbags, we've got plastic grating, we've got everything we can to try and find to stick on the sprinklers when they popped up, to try and keep them down, to keep them away from the photo finish camera, the photo finish light that we had.
Yeah.
Obviously it was at the Walmart track, so we didn't have sufficient lighting, so we had to hire lighting in for it, which the lighting can't actually get wet or it blows up. So people were running around like mad with sandbags and all sorts of things trying to deal with that. As we see the 3rd and final timed final
this
here
is going to
the
be
16
exciting.
boys from the inside. Katana, Szymanski, Bradshaw, Swayo, Wong, Lilly, Lightbourne and Bolton.
Bolton is the national champion in this event. He's been running a ridiculous 400s as well. And Ash Wong, he's run 21.49. He's nearly got the Australian record.
So clean and away. On the outside, it looks like Bolton and Lightbourne going very nicely. The Queenslander in Wong, he starts to make his move. New South Wales Bradshaw, he's going all nice. But here comes Wong. Wong and Bolton, head-to-head, stride for stride. Bolton's there. Wong's trying to come at him. Bolton's still holding. Wong's going to dip and going to take it. 21.70.
Wow. Well, to be honest, I guess the hammy's okay.
It seems fine. Obviously, there was some injury concerns coming in, but certainly has shown that there's nothing wrong there.
I think he's just relieved that it didn't go.
21.70. Ashley Wong, Jack Bolton fighting down the straight there.
What a race.
And Wong getting it in a dip. You can see Bolton probably led him onto the straight. Wong with a little bit of work to do. And looks like Bolton here was trying to fight back, but Wong a little too strong in the final stages of that and takes the win and the gold medal. Bolton, he'll be next on the podium with a silver medal.
A good finish there from Jordan Blaze Lightbourne. I think he did enough, the West Australian, to get up and possibly snag that bronze. Now, just interesting one was James Swayo last year in Cairns when he won the under-14s. I think it was one of the first Northern Territory golds for quite some time. Yep. Obviously now he's competing as the younger athlete, but to get through, that's, if you want to talk about a deep end, an under-16 race that was won in 21.70. That's a deep end for a young kid.
That is
coming from
big
from the Northern Territory. Yeah.
Yep.
But as me, as a fan of athletics, I'm just glad that Ash could survive it. At the State Relay Championships last weekend in Queensland, he probably pulled up about 3 times down the home straight of a 4x200 metres, grimacing with a hammy issue. I was like, oh, mate, I don't know if I'd risk it going to Perth. It's not worth it. But he's now the national champion.
So that is boys under 16 and under 18 para long jump underway on the back straight.
I think that's Marcus Nolan. Having his attempt. We saw him earlier in the 800 metres.
So just to bring you some results, in that under 16 boys para 200 metres, it was Dylan Mendonça from New South Wales taking the win there. He ran a time of 41.42 to be at 106.37%. So that means that is a new national record.
Oh.
Second was Luke Small in 45.24 with 97.38% of the record. And Nathaniel Halpin was third in 26.62 at 92.25%. So what happens if Dylan Mendonça gets listed first, breaks the national record? Does that replace the national record in the MDS system? It's been broken.
Yeah, well, it should.
So then Luke Small would be compared to that because they're the same class.
As he crossed the line. How do you go? There was, I'm assuming there's some rules in it that the record's previous to the day. Unless you did in the heat.
Well, yeah, that would change it.
For the final, yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, save your world records for the final.
So we're underway here in the under 18 women's 200 metres for the paras, and it is the West Australian Rhiannon Clark and also Alyssa Jordan.
Yes, right in the centre there.
On the ACT, running on strongly in the middle, Jessie Venner from Queen. No, sorry, that is the New South Wales athlete.
Saskia Newman.
And Saskia Newman.
But Rhiannon Clark taking it out there. She's a Commonwealth Games gold medalist. She went fresh from the World Champs, and then, you know what, I'm going to do all schools as well. When it's in your home state, why not?
So, Alyssa Jordan, former New South Wales athletes, now shifted to the ACT.
Yeah, well, that's where her coach is based.
Yep. Great uniform, that ACT uniform.
I've heard they're redoing it.
Second position in the silver medal, 24.3.
Well, Nat is down trackside with the winner of that last 200-metre heat, Rhiannon Clark.
Yeah, I'm here at the track with Rhiannon, and you just come back from Dubai with a bronze medal. How was that performance? Talk us through it.
Wow, it was amazing. Yeah, I guess it was a cool experience, Dubai. Yeah.
And how does it differ comparing in Perth to Dubai for you?
I don't know, I kind of like Perth as well, I guess because I'm from here. Definitely smaller competition, but still fun. It's great to come out and have fun.
Absolutely. So would you say that's your message to the kids, have fun, or what would be some advice you'd give to someone?
Have fun and just don't give it up, just keep trying, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, good work, Rhiannon. Congratulations for Dubai, and we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nah. Just don't give up.
Don't give up.
Just
have
keep
fun.
trying and have fun. I feel like that's what we do.
We do it well.
We certainly don't give up. That's the main come away from this.
And we have fun.
Sammy Mwamba. And the long jump.
Mwamba competing in the 18 boys para long. Officials just checking the plasticine there.
Now, when does the rule come in about breaking the plane of the board? Does that come in yet? I really hope it doesn't. It's tough. You can't break the vertical plane of the foul board.
In what way? Like,
yeah. With you, so when you, no, it's the takeoff. So you know when they put so if your foot goes over it but doesn't make an indent in the plasticine, it's not a foul? Well, now if you break the vertical plane of the board.
With what part of your body?
Well, it has to be your foot.
Oh, so
because obviously you're going forward.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
just can't jump. You can't just stop. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine, but that's only going to be in minor occasions where they've got the ability to be able to review footage.
Or they review every World Champs footage.
So it's not going to apply at this level.
I don't think so. It'd be too hard.
It's just not possible. You can't review it.
No.
You can't, and you'd be a pretty stiff official to look at it and go, didn't indent, but you broke the vertical plane.
And then, yeah, you can't. You actually have no way of taking that back. Like, no, I didn't. It's like, prove it. Looks like Rob Blackadder packing up. Would have been first here, you think?
Always is.
No, that's Barry Cox.
Yeah, it's not Blackadder.
He would have been first here too, though.
Looks like that concludes the para long jump.
I think they might be going through then next few jumps, but they're all there. There's 5 and 7, so no reason they are putting tracksuits on. Just a couple of kids in slides. Here's our first of 3 timed finals. The under-18s: Emily Ong, Liana Kenner, Jasmine Muley, Rory Owen, Casey Wardhouse, and Chiara Santiglia. So the first of 3 timed finals, Often Racing. Fast start there from Santiglia on the outside. The ACT athlete Rory Owen also moving well, and Liana Kenner of Tasmania. But it's going to be the Victorian Santiglia leading this field into the home straight. Liana Kenner trying to chase her down. Ong from Raffles Institute, Singapore, also moving well. But it's going to be Santiglia. She'll take line on us here. Crossing the line, 25-21. And she is in pole position at the moment.
Certainly is. So she can go and sit in the seat. That seat being the box seat.
Yep.
Disappointed we haven't been outside the bubble yet.
Oh, we haven't had any heats yet.
I know. We should have. But these 200s were changed to time finals, obviously due to the weather, which restricted the program, and they weren't able to run all of them together. But yeah, it looks like the long jump has concluded. So not many events left to go at the stadium tonight.
Well, I think there are 7 races left.
And that's it?
Yep.
So just some track. The field seems to have concluded. And it's time for our second of the 3 time finals. And coming out of 2 from the ACT will be Molly Sturgis, the Maddie B coached athlete, in 3 from Victoria, Kiani Sidner, in 4 from Victoria, Najima Jock, in lane 5 from the ACT. It will be Holly Abbey. In 6 from Western Australia, it will be Tali McVie. In 7, also from Western Australia, it will be Abby Parker. And rounding out this field in lane 8 from Queensland, it will be Olivia Reynolds. They are your 7 starters here in the second of 3 time finals. The time to beat currently 25-21 to get themselves in that gold medal seat, with a nervous wait for the 3rd and last timed final. Who can beat 25-21? Good start there by Abby from the ACT in the middle. On the outside, Parker from Western Australia. She goes past the Queenslander on her outside. In the inside, it is Sidner from Victoria running on strongly, but you'd say Parker from Western Australia. She'll lead him into the straight. Sidner's trying to come at her, but Parker still holding. Jock's trying to come through now, as is Reynolds, but this is going to be the West Australians race in Parker, 25-36, so it wasn't quicker, which means from the first heat,
Santiglia,
she's still in that gold medal position.
Wow. Could we see another
Max Berry?
The Berry effect.
Very likely.
Yeah. Very good chance this could happen again. And that's enough. You get 1 each And then that's it.
It's 12:44 a.m.
It is.
So it's opera medal presentation, event 52, the girls under 16 para. In third place, with
So, I'm just going to put it out there. Based on the start list in this next event, that time's not standing.
No.
Because I know for a fact one of the athletes in this race has run much quicker than this just recently in New South Wales in Caitlin Ferrier. So then you've got Alice Dixon out there, Cruttenden from WA.
Yeah, who's probably the favourite to win the 100. She's 11. She's an 11.7 runner.
Yeah. So something very unbelievable would have to happen.
Well, there is a lane 8 athlete there.
Could Berry take it out?
Wait and see.
Lane 2 for New South Wales, Alice Dixon. In lane 3 for Western Australia, Taylor Cruttenden. In lane 4 for New South Wales, Caitlin Ferrier. In lane 5 from Queensland, Amelia Finger.
Coming out of lane 2 from New South Wales will be Alice Dixon. 3, WA Taylor Cruttenden. 4, Caitlin Ferrier of New South Wales. In 5, Amelia Finger of Queensland. In 6, Grace Hewitt of New South Wales. In lane 7, Tori Moss from WA. And in lane 8, Tegan Berry, New South Wales. 25.21 is the time to beat Chiara Santiglia from the first heat. Still in the box seat. So away quickly. Cruttenden getting a great start. She's pulling away from Dixon on her inside. She's trying to close the gap to Ferrier, who we'll know will finish fast. Grace Hewitt on the outside, though, having a great bend. And Hewitt probably leading this field. Here comes Cruttenden, though. She's looking strong over this later stage. She's actually pulling away from the field. Cruttenden. Can Ferrier make that gap up? But Taylor Cruttenden, she's taking this win comfortably. A big win, 24-16. That was a dominant display from the Western Australian. She takes out the gold medal here in the under-18 at 200 metres. She packs a lot of power and speed in there. Just strong, efficient. And for an athlete who is probably the form runner over the 100, really ran a very controlled bend and then just used that strength over the home straight.
Yeah, because you would have said Hewitt would have led them into the straight.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Had the better of the bend, which is interesting from a 100 runner to be so controlled through the early stages of a 200 and then actually finish the strongest.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
Doesn't happen often, but Taylor Cruttenden was able to do just that, and she's come away with a win, going home with a very nice shiny gold medal around her neck.
And she doesn't have to travel far to go home.
No, not far at all. So up next, it is the under-18 boys para 200 metres. Again, time finals in this first one. Sammy Mwamba from New South Wales will be in 2. In 3, Gabe Wilson from South Australia. 4, Cameron McLeod, also from South Australia. 5 will be Jaden Taylor from Queensland. 6, Nicholas Randall from Queensland. 7, Edward Parker from New South Wales. 8 will be Jackson Lang from West Australia. And in lane 9, James Pendred from Victoria.
But as they set these blocks up, we might cut down to Nara Nang, who's got the winner of that last 200, Taylor Cruttenden.
Yes, I'm trackside here with Taylor, the winner of the 200 metres. And Taylor, you were just telling me 200 is not your favourite event. So what do you enjoy doing?
I love doing the 1 and it's my main event, but I just do the 2 so I can do another event.
Most people would do the opposite. They try and do the least. So how does your training go with both of those events? Do you find it difficult?
It's been really good considering like it's only the start of the season, so I've been happy with how I've been going.
Awesome. And home crowd, do you have anyone here watching you live or on the live stream?
I have my parents here, my coach, and a few of my friends came down.
Awesome. Do you want to say a quick message to them now?
Thank you guys for all the support, and I love you all.
Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much, Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. Great to hear from Taylor as we get to this heat of the 200 metres.
Stand up, please, gentlemen.
Can't fire the gun to be still.
On your marks.
Just wait still.
So from the inside, it's Mwamba, Wilson, McLeod, Taylor, Randall, Parker, Lang and Pendred. And it's Edward Parker, the T20 athlete, right on the outside, having a great bend. Sammy Mwamba, though, we saw him in the long jump. He is absolutely gassing down this home straight. South Australian Gabe Wilson's trying to close that gap. He's sitting in 3rd at the moment, but it's going to be Sammy Mwamba. He's going to hold on, tightening up towards you get the line there. Parker on the outside, Pendred. Looks like Gabe Wilson and McLeod, as well as the Queenslanders, Taylor and Randall. And Jackson Lang will cross the line shortly, rounding out this field in the first of 2 timed finals for the under-18s. 200 metres.
What a run by Mwamba. Woo. Tell you what, he got out after that, didn't he?
He did.
Beautiful bend, long striding down the straight. Parker was trying to come at him. And they know each other well. They raced each other all the time, but tell you what, Mwamba, way too strong.
And for such a tall athlete, the lane 2's got to be difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, and for him to run 24.48, solid running.
Yeah. Now, it'll just be these 2 athletes. We won't see Cormac Ryan, I don't believe, because he's already raced in his own age group earlier. So the Ethan moves into Corey Crombie in 4.
So almost set for a start with Moose and Crombie. And we're off. So it is Moose on the inside with Crombie on the out. Good start there by Moose, really pushing strongly, trying to work up the stagger on Crombie. Crombie gets the big arms into it now. He starts to get into his rhythm, pushing along really strongly. He's going to lead this race into the straight. As they come down the final 100 metres, it is Crombie starting to move away nicely now. He transitioned into the straight brilliantly, and he's going to push down here to get line honours. The West Australian will take first, with Moose in second. Now, they're both 54 athletes, so Crombie will take the position over Moose, but they'll have to wait for the MDS with the first of the two-time finals, and we'll see an eventual winner amongst those two events. But strong pushing there from Corey Crombie from WA. Moose really put in the big efforts in the start, but once Crombie got up and going, there was no catching him after that.
Well, I've just been informed by Caitlin Christie, an official, about the plasticine rule change, the break the plane. Rule change for the takeoff board in long and triple changes next season. I don't know if that means next domestic season, like October 1, 2020, or anything like that, but plasticine won't be used. The new rule will be used at all levels, not just international.
So no more plasticine?
Nope. It's a sad day for Plato.
So if it's a line ball decision, you've got nothing to refer to.
Yeah.
Okay, I can understand when you've got video evidence of something.
Just a messenger.
I'm sorry. You're the one delivering the news. You're the one that's going to cop it back.
Well, thank you.
It's an interesting... look, I'm going to have to read the rule.
Yep.
So I can understand it a little bit better. But off the initial interpretation that you have just provided me...
Oh, sorry.
It confuses me, and I'm not sure about it. Just saying.
It doesn't matter how sure you are about it. But apparently that's happening.
We're all getting videos.
Yeah.
World Athletics going to sponsor that?
Yep. I've already got mine in Queensland.
Yeah?
Yeah. You guys haven't got yours yet? It's weird.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it?
It's strange. So, 4 more races on the track to go. From the inside, our first of 4 timed finals, Luke Griffin of Northern Territory in 2, Jack Phelan of the Northern Territory in 2, Samuel Lee, RAS in 4, in 4, Eric Rosa, Austin Tete, and Matt O'Mara of the ACT in 5, 6 and 7, and from South Australia, Anthony DeRuvo. And it looks like we are missing Austin Tete. So, 1 down. So DeRuvo on the outside from South Australia, having a great start. Matt O'Mara trying to close that gap and chase him down. Samuel Lee from the Singapore team also moving beautifully, and Luke Griffin from the Northern Territory on the inside, but it's a South Australian, Anthony DeRuvo, gritting the teeth, pumping those arms, and he's going to take line on us here. 23.15, Anthony DeRuvo. So 1-2 it's been rounded down to. Now, interesting as we go through these races, we get to the final of our timed finals here. It's just New South Wales versus Queensland.
Yeah. Look, that's going to be a cracking race.
And the fastest athlete by quite a bit is in lane 8. Whew, all right. That will be a great race to finish with.
So, set for the second of 4 timed finals here in this one. The third last race of the evening for day one. In lane 2, it will be Bernard Bollum from Western Australia. 3, we'll see Jack Lewis from Tasmania. 4, Sandy Brock from Northern Territory. 5 will be Brandon Smith from South Australia. In 6 will be Zi Jing Ho from RIS. 7 will be Lucas Wright from Victoria. And rounding out this field in lane 8 will be Alex Barker from Western Australia. Good mix of teams in this one.
Yeah, the only double up coming from WA.
Yep.
Only the bookends for this.
It's good to see another Northern Territory athlete in this one. An RIS athlete. So we're set for a start. Second of 4-time finals. 23-1-2, the time to beat. Can anyone in this time final knock that off? So it's Bollum, Lewis, Brock, Smith, Ho, Wright and Barker. And you say the Tasmanian and also the Northern Territory athlete, the tall striding Brock, leading this race currently. So Lewis coming on nice and strong, as is the Victorian in Wright. But this is Lewis running away with this one. From Tasmania, sorry. The Victorian coming home late, but not to be in the end. Jack Lewis taking home that one. 22-7-8.
Oh, rounded down. The Tasmanian now sits in the box seat. Two more races on the program. The third of the 4-time finals up next, and then the State of Origin clash in the final race.
It's going to be a good race.
Yeah.
Just looking at that start list. They've come from everywhere to run this too.
Could we see all of them under 22? It's in pretty good form.
We'll definitely get 3
medals. So you got to sub. You got to get a sub to get a medal. Oh, they wouldn't have had a final of everyone under 22 since about 2003 all schools.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe.
Funny that.
So as they finish setting up their blocks, the starters in the 3rd-time final: Augustine Nikita Jr. from the ACT, Jaden Lee from WA, Joshua Jones from WA, Jaden Chambers, South Australia, Andrew Howe, Victoria, Jack Clark, Victoria, and Will Grabowski from New South Wales. Now, if the Victorian Andrew Howe could channel the Italian Andrew Howe,
we would see probably a national record.
Yeah. For those who are wondering, maybe look up the 2004 World Juniors 200 metres and then go to the 2007 World Champs long jump. That's Andrew Howe.
Interesting character.
A fairly even start here in the third time final. The South Australian Ben Chambers probably having the best of the bend. Jack Clark on the outsides, up on the shoulder of Grabowski as they enter the home straight. So it's going to be Jack Clark from Victoria out in front. The tall athlete, the West Australian Joshua Jones trying to close the gap. Andrew Howe and Chambers coming home, but look at this big finish here from Clark. 22-24, so he's jumped right to the front of the line there. A great run from the big striding Victorian. So a little taily there as well.
Yep, 0.7s, which is nice.
Beautiful.
Which is nice. You'd probably like it up to about the 1.2.
Oh, you would. But I think you feel like you need to be earlier in the day. Yeah. It would be a cool 1.2 if it was this time of night. 1 a.m. A lot of interesting body clocks probably happening over there. A lot of the athletes mostly would have flown in Thursday.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that the time difference can really sort of shake some people, because going back to WA, you notice the time difference a lot more than you do when you come the other way.
Yeah.
So for West Aussies who would come out to compete in the East at a lot of the tour meets and that sort of stuff, if you had an event at 9 o'clock, it wasn't really a big deal, because for you it was 6 o'clock.
Yeah, perfect.
It was great.
Yeah.
Didn't have to worry about it. Have a race, next thing you know, you're off to dinner.
Yeah, laughing.
No worries. Now, this is the last and final race of the evening, of the day, which is day one of the 2019 Australian All Schools. I tell you what, we've probably saved the best for last.
I agree.
Yeah, I may be a little biased, but I'm okay with that, because I reckon...
It's the most stacked lineup.
Oh, it is, isn't it? I reckon this race will deliver too. I reckon something special is going to come out of this one. As we run through the lineup, in 2 we're going to see Jai Gordon from Queensland. 3 will be Prosper Nwoko, also from Queensland. 4, Alistair Buchanan from New South Wales. 5 is Tyson Bonney from Queensland. 6, Joshua Atkinson from New South Wales. 7, Leroy Reid, also from New South Wales. And rounding out the field in lane 8 will be Reese Holder from Queensland. So you've pretty much got your 400 champion, your 800 champion, your former 200 champion. Like, they're all there. They're all in this.
This is
national medalists in the 100 and 200 in Reid.
This is bragging rights. This is New South Wales versus Queensland.
Yeah. But also event versus event.
Yeah.
The 248.
Yeah. And they wanted to get this out of the Diamond League.
Ugh. That's too much excitement. Can anyone throw up a surprise? Who will take the title? As we said, so it's Gordon, Nwoko, Buchanan, Bonney, Atkinson, Reid and Holder. Fairly even through the first stages. Holder on the outside. He is the rabbit. They're trying to come after him. Watch for Atkinson late. Holder leads him into the straight. He's starting to power away. Reid's trying to come at him, as is Atkinson. But this is Holder's race. He's running away with this one. He's got to take the title. Look at the clock. 21:53. What a run by Reese Holder. Takes home the gold medal. He smashed everyone. He led them into the straight, and no one was catching the tall, long-striding Queenslander in this one. And what a result that is 21:53 on the clock.
Oh, beautiful running there from Holder. Just strong, and it bodes well for the 400 metres. The athlete in third, though, that's who we need to watch in that 400 metres, Joshua Atkinson. Because, you know, he's come down to the... I don't think I could see Reece coming third in an 8. But for Josh to come down and come third, well, we assume third. I haven't seen all the results.
Yeah. But you would assume third in a 200.
21:54. Ah, I did that too. He's definitely doing better than me, though. Nga Anang down trackside with a winner, the title holder, Reece Holder.
Yes, I'm here with the legend that is Reece Holder. Reece, what an amazing race. Were you happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I've been putting in hard yards at training and just showed here today. I'd like to thank my coaches and all the athletes that come out. It just wouldn't be the same without them.
Awesome. And it's really late at night. What are you going to eat to celebrate that race?
Whatever's back at the dorms where we're staying. Just gonna get sleep and get ready for the fours tomorrow.
Oh, look at this. Such a good athlete. I was thinking KFC or something. So are you excited for the 4? What time are you hoping to run?
Definitely a new PB. Maybe get into the 46s. Yeah, just got to see how it all works out. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm sure it'll work out well for you. Congratulations again, Reece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Nga. Thanks, Reece. I want to see a 46 too, so, you know, we're all in it together.
Yeah, I'm on that train as well. And I can't wait to see them go head-to-head again.
Oh, see, this reminds me of 2013, where it was Joshua Robinson and James Kermond. They both went 46 in this All-Schools Championships, and I think there's potential to repeat that.
Oh, 100% there is.
Yeah.
And the beauty of all schools, this is what I love about it, is when you've got the 2 age groups combined.
I love it.
Because you don't see it. They never race each other at age champs in March because they're different ages.
Yep.
Here you get to see them together.
I love it. I love it.
Oh.
So if you've stayed this long, I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll catch you tomorrow if you're listening in anywhere else except for the eastern states. I'll see you later on today. Hope you go to bed. We'll see you in a couple of hours again today. Thanks for joining myself, Matt, and Ben.
It's been brilliant.
At Coles, we're proud to be a major partner of Athletics Australia and Little Athletics Australia. To celebrate the partnership, we're donating millions of bananas to Aussie athletes and providing equipment grants to Little Athletics centres across the country. They're just some of the ways that we're helping support Australian athletes run, jump, throw and grow this season. Good things are happening at Coles.
This year, Athletics Australia has moved the event program to a digital platform in an effort to support a sustainable future for our planet. To access the program on your PCs or mobile devices, simply head to www.athletics.com.au/event program.